Two. Check. Check 2. Hello. I miss your Twitter contributions, Rob. Got banned for saying the only way to make participatory democracy work again is by hanging the current swath of, and I'm just reading a comment here, hanging the current swath of politicians and holding a total fresh slate election. And obviously, Dax, I appreciate the comments. That's not an idea or a message that I endorse. I don't endorse that personally, just to be clear. Since I do support free speech. I do contribute, understand that, people are going to have different viewpoints that I don't always agree with, and that is one of them. Obviously, for me. I think that's a red line, personally, in terms of my own personal beliefs. However, much like Voltaire, I may not agree with what you say, sir, Dax, but I will defend to the death your right to say it, even if I do not agree with what your statement was. I don't personally endorse calls for violence like that, but just in the interests of making sure that all ideas are heard, I did think it was important to read your comment there. Hello, friends. Thank you for commenting on my shirt. I hesitated before turning on the camera just now. I hesitated. I was like, can I really do two streams in a row where I have like a wacky shirt? Isn't that too much, maybe? Isn't that becoming a little gimmicky if I do 2 streams in a row wearing a wacky shirt? But then I thought to myself, you know what? This is the new me, okay? I'm allowed. If I want to wear 2 wacky shirts in a row, I'm allowed to do that.
You're going to have good old Rob to
There's nothing wrong with this. Nerbos, thank you very much for the Prime. Brand new community member, Nerbos, thank you for the Prime sub for wacky shirt. Well, there you go. Vindicated again. Thank you, Nerbos. I really appreciate both the sub and the support for my fashion choices. Marina likes it as well. This shirt is so fucking sick. Thank you, Marina. Thank you. So Nerbos and Marina have both weighed in, and now I feel very comfortable with this decision. To anyone who criticizes the vibe shift, thank you, Alana. Thank you. The Joker thinks these shirts are conventional. And Dax said, what did Dax say? I appreciate your appreciation and your tolerance. Well, thank you, Dax. Thank you. Rob stepped up the fashion. Thank you, Moist Outlets. You jav to live your truth, says King Uendo. You jav to live your truth.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Eat your oats. I am no longer asking.
Thank you, Quaker Oats Guy. I will be sure to do that. Thank you for the 10 months of Tier 1 and for the reminders about my oat intake. Hey, Dakadoon. I missed 49th Parallel, but I could never see a wacky shirt on podcasts, so instant dub for the format. This is the whole issue. This is the whole thing, right? I had to retire from podcasting. Not that I did retire. I still do the Insurgents podcast. Some people don't understand this. They're like, "Yeah, I used to support the work you do, but now I don't. You don't do the podcast anymore." And I'm like, "You understand? I do how I used to do 1 hour per week of the podcast. Now I do 25 hours per week." I'm actually doing more now. I'm doing significantly more now. And you can see me wearing wacky shirts. So it's actually better. It's actually better for everyone that I'm doing this.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam, for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. That was 4 days ago. That's like a week. It was true. It was 4 days ago, the last stream. It's true. It's all part of my summer vibe shift, and I appreciate people in the community. I appreciate people in the community for being supportive of my vibe shift. Okay? It's hard to reinvent yourself when you're an adult. When you're approaching middle age, as I am. It's hard to reinvent yourself. And the chat has been very supportive in my efforts to cultivate this vibe shift. and transition into being a both a short shorts guy, a 5-inch inseam short guy, and a loud shirt guy. Both of these are totally new fashion phenomena for me. This is all brand new territory for me. Genuine question, getting priced out of Vancouver and your city looks appealing. How fucked would an Anglophone work from home so no Bill 41 concerns be to actually live there? Feel free to ignore this question as it's not politics or shirt talk. Well, Nerbos, I'm an Anglophone. I've lived in Montreal for like 20 years now, and I was born here, so I've lived here most of my life. I do speak French. I think in Montreal, if you move to like Quebec, it's one thing. It's very predominantly French, and the French is really emphasized. In Montreal, it's emphasized, but it's not a necessity. It's a very multicultural city. There's a lot of Anglophones. There's a lot of people that speak different languages. I would encourage anyone to move that moves here to like try and focus on getting better in French, and especially when you're talking to service workers or whatever, try to use French as much as possible. And in fact, I think that's kind of one of the best avenues towards practicing, because if you want to get better at another language, you have to actually practice. So I would encourage anyone to try and like do what they can to speak the language, definitely. But I don't think it's something that's going to be like a total hindrance if you first get here, especially if you're working from home. It's not necessarily you're going to be able to be understood in English, no matter where you are in the city. But that shouldn't stop you from at least trying to get a little bit better. I've lived here for a long time. I don't think I'm like fully bilingual. I wouldn't describe myself as being fully bilingual, but I at least like try to make an effort to speak in French when I meet people that speak French, or when I'm at a restaurant or working, in one of those kind of situations. Yeah, it's just nice if you make the effort. That's right. Don't they get annoyed at people speaking terrible French? Well, again, I think definitely in Quebec it would be one thing. Yes, probably, even though Quebec is also quite touristy. In Montreal, Montreal's a very bilingual place. It's one of the, like Canada talks about being like a bilingual country, an officially bilingual country. I think Montreal is one of the only examples of actual cities in this country that you could describe as being like legitimately bilingual. So I don't generally, most people, if you're in a restaurant or something and you speak obviously broken French, they won't get annoyed with you. They'll just talk to you in English because they're just like, they'll just like, I'm going to make things easier for you here. I don't think anyone gets annoyed when you're making an effort, That's the most thing that you're going to do is they're going to be like, okay, I know, I understand you're obviously English. I'm just going to speak to you in English because I can tell that you're more comfortable with that. But yeah, I think everyone should move to Montreal. You should all move to Montreal. It's a wonderful city. It's one of my favorite cities in the whole world. It's one of my favorite cities in the whole world. Amazing food, interesting culture. It's still kind of got an element of this kind of like artist bohemian culture that I think has been gentrified out of every other kind of major city. It's still possible to live in Montreal and be kind of a slacker. It's becoming less and less possible, but it's theoretically still possible. One of the few cities in North America where you can be kind of a bohemian artist type and sort of survive. But this is dwindling, of course. How hot is it? It's been very, very hot the last couple of days. And today the heat kind of broke. It's a little bit cooler today. Like I'm wearing pants right now, which is an indication of that it's a little cooler. At Wacky T-Shirt Rob's Convenient Content Emporium, you'll get the content of 25 podcasts in one convenient stream location. That was like one of those radio hits. I swear to God, if you say a number below 90 in Fahrenheit. No, it's not like it was 90, 91 Fahrenheit like the last couple of days. It was like 90 or 91 the last couple of days. I think in my car on the way back, it was like high 60s, low 70s. So it really kind of broke. It's very humid though. It's very, very humid. Yeah, today it feels like November. That's right. I thought it was supposed to be cold in Canada. More like Clanada. Has anyone tried that? Clanada. What do you think about that? Clanada. We should make that a thing. We should do that. No one has ever thought it. I'm the first to come up with this. I'm the first to ever come up with this this way of describing this country. Let me sit back a little bit. What are you, Rob? Some kind of shirt guy. And this was my exact fear. This is why I was second guessing myself at the beginning of the stream today. I was like, am I just a shirt guy now? Am I really going to do 2 streams in a row wearing a wacky shirt? I really I thought about doing a different look today. But I went ahead with it. And now I guess I'm just a shirt guy. That's all. It's what I'm about. A shirtless stream when? I don't know if we're close to that. I'm sorry to say. I know the chat has been after me to do some kind of bathtub or / pool stream. I don't know if I'm quite there mentally yet though. I'm trying to accept my body. I'm trying to accept my body, my broken down, aging body with all its imperfections. And I'm trying to love myself in spite of the fact that...
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Wacky shirt guys unite.
In spite of the fact that I'm, approaching this older age and I'm letting myself go. I'm not quite there yet, I don't think yet, though. I'm not quite there yet at that level of acceptance where I'm able to, really embrace all the flaws and all the imperfections and stuff. Thank you, Cutman, for the Prime sub. Fellow wacky shirt man. Yeah, sure, like the guy in the $35 wacky shirt's going to support China.
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, James. Thank you, James Ed Smith, for the gifted sub, too. Cardio? Yeah, I know. In fact, I believe I promised...
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Hi, Rob. Nice Hawaiian shirt.
Come on! Thank you, Sam Sider, for the 15 months of Tier 1. Thank you very, very much, Sam. And thank you for the complimenting my shirt. And G. Cluppy said, Rob, I was joking. It's not wacky. It's just a cute new shirt we love. Thank you, G. Cluppy. I really have been doing a summer vibe shift. I mean, and again, I support my community. I support this community for helping me feel confident with that. I bleached my hair and the next day felt an urge to work out that I haven't had in about a month. Maybe you could work out in the cool shirt and use it as an inspiration. I did promise the community, and what's up, Outrun, by the way, and thanks for, I called Outrun randomly out of the blue earlier to let him know that while I was in my car. If you become a mod on this channel or in the Discord server, you can expect me to just call you out of the blue sometimes while I'm driving my car, as I did with Outrun today, to let everyone know that I was kind of running behind schedule. But yeah, I promised myself and I promised the community that I was going to get back, start hooping again. Right? I believe I made a pledge to both this community and myself to start hooping again. And here I am. It's August. It's August 8th. Have I hooped one time this summer? I have not. No, I have not. All the more reason never to mod under any circumstances. This call can come at any time of day or night, by the way. This can happen at any time, day or night. Random call out of the blue. It has been too hot to hoop. That is true. That is very true. I definitely had an edgelord t-shirt phase in my 20s. Real, can he wear that phrase? What was that like? Fuck you, God. Was it one of those kind of things? What was that? We've all had edgelord phases. Nothing wrong with it. What was it, like one of those Pobody's Nerfict? One of those kind of situations? That's outrageous. Pobody's Nerfict. Can you imagine? I'm literally shopping for edgy tees as we speak. Hell yeah. Love it. Rob expects the same amount, if not more, emotional labor from his mods than actual labor. That's right. Correct. I do expect it. Flying Spaghetti Monster. Let's bring that back. Shirts they sell at a boardwalk in New Jersey. In fact, I was going to wear my first outfit choice. Go ahead naked. My first outfit choice today involved this shirt that I bought at a boardwalk in Maine, not in New Jersey, but very similar. So I was gonna wear that, but it's still, I haven't found the right combination of things to wear with that shirt, because it's really, the black shirt really makes me disappear. So I have to wear something over top of that. I haven't found the combination that I need. In the fall and winter, when I can wear hoodies again, that'll be better. I'll wear my Let's Go Brandon shirt. Someone called the plumber. I see drip. Thank you, Doc. Thank you. Everyone complimenting my vibe shift and my shirts. I have noted you down on my list. The good list. Not the bad list, but the good list. So. Did they have a Dark Brandon one? No, they did not. And you know what? I'm happy that I didn't buy a Dark Brandon shirt. I was just talking about how I enjoyed the Dark Brandon meme. And now, of course, we can never enjoy the Dark Brandon meme again. Now it's finished. Now that, like, actual United States senators are unironically posting the Dark Brandon memes, now we can never fucking even talk about it again. They ruined it. It's gone. It's dead now. It's dead. The whole point of the Dark Brandon thing was to like present something that's like an opposite of what Joe Biden is. This like tired old, this like decaying old man, this feeble old man who can barely talk, who's this lifelong conservative, pretending that he's secretly some kind of radical. That's the funny part. That's the funny thing, because he's clearly not that. And then when they pass this like watered down climate bill here, and then they start unironically posting the anime memes of Biden with the laser eyes and stuff. Now we can't even joke about that anymore. Now we can't even joke about it. Hello, B-Rat and Rob Arts as well. Hello. You know what I mean, though? That's the whole point of Dark Brandon wasn't to suggest that Joe Biden was like secretly really cool. The humor of it came from the fact that he was not at all like these memes that were being portrayed. That was where the humor was coming from. And now you have like Chris Murphy unironically posting Dark Brandon memes. So that's unfortunately over now. And we can look into the whole bill, the big mansion climate bill, Build Back Mansion. We can take a look at that and the stuff that's been happening with that today. There's a whole lot of stuff that I wanted to take a look at and talk about today, though. So hopefully we can get to that. I know definitely on the Insurgents this week we'll talk about that more. The bill, what's in it, what's not in it, the way it's kind of been, the way it came together. Dank Brando. Lots to get into. We'll get there though. Okay, we'll get there. Hello, Silver Age. What's up? We will get there. So the reason the stream was late today was because I stayed at my mom's house last night in Brockville, Ontario. I drove my son down there, and he's gonna stay with her for a couple of days. We need another couple of weeks of childcare, and just we had kind of nothing for him, so he's gonna stay with her for a little bit. Because me and my partner are both kind of back to work now. So I drove back from Brockville. I'm a little stressed out about that because he's not been away from us like since for the whole pandemic, and I think has become very, very accustomed to like always being with us like constantly, and I think was a little anxious about being left there, even though he really likes it there and he loves my mom and everything. So that's a little like nerve-wracking seeing how that's going to work. You know, he seemed okay this morning when I left, but you never know what that's going to turn into later, or if he's going to freak out. You know, I just don't really know. Hopefully he's going to be fine. I know he does need to have a little bit more independence, and that's going to be a good thing for him. So, but so I've had a crazy morning though, because I drove back from there. It's about a 2-hour drive, but I also spoiled by grandma's cooking. Well, in fact, he's a very picky eater, as to my consternation, and I've tried to do what I can to like help that, but you know, he gets very anxious about food. So actually, when I dropped him off, I went to the Walmart and got all the snacks, like all his snacks and all the things that I know for sure that he's going to eat. And I had to give her a little schedule of like, you have this, you can have this one night, you have this the next night, just to kind of mix it up, and all the different snacks and all the stuff that he likes, to ensure that she has everything. So yeah, I was coming back this morning from Brockville, and I left like at a really reasonable time, and drove like 30 minutes about before realizing that I had not removed the car seat from my car, like the little booster seat that he sits on. I'd neglected to do that. So I turned around and drove back the 25-30 minutes, drop off the seat, and so added about like an hour and a bit onto my drive that I had to do, then turned right back around and drove back to Montreal. So that's why I was a little bit late. And yeah, now I'm just kind of like waiting to see how that goes. Whether he handles it okay. I'm sure he's going to be fine. That's my kind of dipshit ass shit, bro. Solidarity. Thank you, be cool. Yeah, that was very painful. It was very painful. I've been struggling with the independence thing too. Pandemic definitely made us a really tight unit, and letting them go off and do their thing makes me feel pretty guilty. Yeah, it does, and it's like I know objectively that it's good for him, and that he needs that. But it's also like, you know, when he gets upset, it's hard not to feel like responsible for that. It's weird. It's just with our situation with our parents, like a lot of families or like couples have a lot of help from their like parents. And I know a lot of sort of other couples that like have this kind of ability to have their parents come and watch the kids or go back and forth. And just because of like where we live and the distance, we've just like never really had that ability to kind of like get any help with doing the kind of childcare stuff, which, you know, is fine. But again, it takes a toll on everybody. It takes a toll on us because it's just tiring. It for him, he becomes really, really accustomed to a really kind of specific tight unit situation like Old Dutch was describing. So I think that's why it's going to be good this week that he takes a little bit of time. time away. Me and my wife are literally struggling with agoraphobia. Like, I don't ever want to leave my house or do anything. Yeah, I think it's more me that has that than anyone else in this situation. It's become very difficult for me to like get out, to motivate myself to get out and do stuff. My neighbor quit her job because they just couldn't manage childcare in the summer. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard. It's expensive too. And I'm fortunate enough, again, in Montreal, to go back to Montreal, one of the cities where it's still like remotely affordable. It's somewhat publicly subsidized. You know, we used to have universal $5 a day daycare, which has been sort of like means tested out of existence, but it's still somewhat affordable for people here in this city, where elsewhere in Canada it's just basically impossible. Malcolm Gladwell was right. That's right. We got to get back to the office, folks. We got to get back to the office. There's no way of getting around it. I regret moving closer to my parents when we had kids because they worked too much to watch the kids much. So you really got the worst of both worlds in that case, I guess. It's Joe Polito. Just popping in for my semi-annual check-in. I hope you're well. I hope you're well too, sir. I love Joe Polito. Joe Polito, fucking New Jersey legend. Joe Polito stopping by this very chat. What an honor. Joe, while you're still here, what do you think of the shirt? What do you think about the vibe shift? I'm doing a vibe shift. I'm becoming a 5-inch inseam short and loud shirt guy. Do you approve, sir? Love the shirt. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Good. Okay, so I got full approval. Full approval from, once again, New Jersey legend. New Jersey music scene legend. Joe Polito. Love the shirt. Love the stash. The whole Rob package. Fuck yeah. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. The company I work for just required everyone to go back to the office full-time and removed mask requirements at the office and our campuses. If it didn't work remotely from another province, I would probably quit. It's amazing removing all these things and doing this whole get back to normal thing like while we still have the pandemic going on. And in fact have another pandemic like on the horizon as well. That's a little weird, isn't it? How they're all just like, It's really a vibes-based public health policy now at this point. You know? I love how COVID killed going to the movies thing. I hated going to the movie theater all my life. That I actually don't agree with because I love going to the movies. I've always loved going to the movie theater, and I actually kind of regret not being able to so much. Hey, Risk Inverse, what's up? Dark Brandon ending COVID, that's it. We're getting back to normal. He campaigned and said, I'm going to defeat the virus. And they did. Do you know what I would like to do with this shirt is hem the sleeve a little bit up like this. I think this shirt I would be a lot more comfortable in this shirt if I had like this much sleeve length here. If it was like there. Right? Now, I think that's better, isn't it? I think that's better. Let's roll them shits up. I mean, I guess I can do that. I just did it. I just did do it. That's actually working for me a lot better. Yeah. Roll and hold a pack of cigs in there. Yeah, oh yeah. That's the good stuff. That's the good. Okay, yeah. I'm liking that. Noisy people. Popcorn eating right next to my ears. Distractions. I really don't miss it. I guess I kind of enjoy... Didn't realize Quebec was an open carry state. I guess I enjoyed kind of the communal experience, you know? when people like Scorsese talk about going to the movies as kind of like this like communal experience of all being together and kind of experiencing something. Sometimes something very magical simultaneously. There's something kind of cool about that I still enjoy. That I still enjoy a lot. Mustache and tropical button down, no tuft of chest hair. Listen, if I could grow it, I would show it. How about that? If it was possible for me to actually I got nothing. Look, I got nothing. Sorry, like, this is the best I can do. I should just have like some kind of like a fake tuft I could just throw on with these outfits as more of a fashion thing. You know, that would be cool. No, I haven't seen Nope. I haven't seen Nope yet, but I actually might see it this week. It is really strange that I don't enjoy the company of people. As a socialist, I'm a loner. Well, that's the thing. I'm kind of a loner too, and I'm kind of antisocial as well. But that's the thing. When you're in a movie theater, it's like you don't have to talk to anybody. You don't have to talk to anybody or hang out with anybody. They're just there. You're there kind of like as strangers together, communally enjoying something and experiencing something together. And then afterwards, you just go your separate ways. You know, that for me is kind of the, as someone that is kind of slightly agoraphobic and is kind of antisocial, it's kind of a nice happy medium there. Or communally suffering like Walmart. I was at Walmart this morning. And yesterday. And I must admit, when I go to Brockville, at this point, I don't even be in denial anymore. I kind of look forward to being able to go to the Walmart now. The Walmart in Brockville, Ontario, with a massive, like, 200-foot fucking Canadian flag out front. It's the biggest goddamn flag I've ever seen in my life. You can see it from dozens of kilometers away. But for some reason, because I don't really go to Walmart very often, like, there's one, you know, relatively close to where I live, but I just never go in Montreal. But when I go to Brockville, I'm kind of like, ooh, let's go to the Walmart. Let's look at all the wonderful products. Look at all the wonderful products. Oh my. You know, I go on here on Twitch and talk about capitalism bad and all this stuff. Neoliberalism bad. And I go to Walmart and I go, ooh, these products. All these magnificent products. This is wonderful. And thank you, Deng, for that. Thank you, Deng, for providing that for us. And thank you as well, not just Deng Xiaoping, but to our brave comrades and Chinese factory workers that supply us with these wonderful products. And when I'm there in Walmart, I say a silent little thank you to our factory workers, the real troops that are providing us with these wonderful items. I love the smell of commerce in Brockville, Ontario in the morning. That's right. Honestly, the worst thing about U.S. movie theaters is that there's no intermission to allow everyone 15 minutes to get more snacks and go to the bathroom. Yeah, I agree, Annie. Like, I saw James Cameron talking about that with the new Avatar movie. Especially if we're going to be there for 3 hours, 3.5 hours sometimes, I would like a good 10 minutes to go and get a soda. Go to the bathroom if you have to. We love our plastic things. We do. And in fact, this morning in Brockville, I went to the Walmart to get a shaver. Because I had this old shaver that was all fucked up. And when I tried to use it, it would be like pulling each individual hair out of my face, like painfully. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to splurge on going to the Walmart and getting a little shaver there. So I can easily have a more smooth appearance. So I did. I did this morning. And I went to the McDonald's in the Walmart. You know, it's not that I think, you know, I complain about capitalism. It's not that I think these institutions are bad or the people that work there are bad. I just think that we should nationalize Walmart. And we've got this kind of socialized supply chain that's kind of already there. All the institutions are there. I think seizing control of the state, it doesn't mean just seizing control of the parliament buildings or the politicians that are there. It's seizing control of the Walmart, seizing control of the Amazon factory, seizing control of the McDonald's, right? All these things are in place to have this kind of planned economy. You know, it's all there. We just need to grab that and stop it so there's one family profiting from it, but so that everyone profits from it, and the workers profit, the people that work in the warehouses and the people that work at these places. Jeff, we're grabbing that. Yeah, they've done all the central planning internally already. That's what I mean. It's all there. It's all there. We just have to grab it. How hard can that be? Has anyone looked into this? Has anyone looked into that? How do we do that? Yeah, the supermarkets? Absolutely. Of course. Yeah. Absolutely. What wonderful, productive, poverty-eliminating society could have produced all these wonderful products around 5 seconds after entering a Walmart. There was I think that's, I remember that book, Republic of Walmart, where that kind of outlines some of this idea. Yeah. Our Walmart has a Subway in it, so you can get a $5 footlong with your plastic stuff. Yeah. Hell yeah. Can we re-educate Brandon into a Walmart greeter like they did the last Emperor of China? You know what? As inept as Brandon is, I think he would be a wonderful Walmart greeter. He is charismatic, you know. He's has a difficult time stringing his thoughts together, and you know, getting the sentences out. He would be a wonderful Walmart greeter, though. I think Brandon. Hey Jack, welcome to Walmart, Mac. That's a great spot for him. And he can just enjoy his retirement like you should when you're an old man. You shouldn't be running the fucking empire. He should be able to enjoy his retirement and maybe make a little extra cash on the side, working 15 hours max at the Walmart. Welcome to the People's Walmart, Mac. That's a great role for him. Hey, Jack, this card is sanitized and ready for you. Oh my God, 10,000 sandwiches. What did I say about Joe Polito? Jersey legend. Was that Joe Polito, the Joe Polito from, like, I want to say Breakaway? You're absolutely right. 10,000 sandwiches. That's exactly who it was. What did I say? Was I lying? Was I lying with the legend of Joseph Polito? No, I was not. That is indeed Joe Polito from the band, the legendary New Jersey pop punk band Breakaway, who I played with and many times and hung out with many times. And Joe actually came with me to the UK when I was touring the UK. Joe came as like a roadie. Joe was a roadie for my band in 2009.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Yeah, that runs House of Independence, the very here. One.
Jack, Joe, Brandon, TRRS, Sankara.
The very same. Thank you, Effusive Stoic. Thank you. Thank you, Effusive Stoic, for the 9 months of Tier 1. Oh, I was in a band, all right, Johnny Dialectically. We don't need to get into this right now, though, okay? We've had nostalgia hour other times. I've gone into my backstory before. I don't make a habit of it.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through
I don't make a habit of it, but yes, to answer your question, yes, I was in a band. The Jersey scene, you had to be there. Yeah, I played in a church basement with Joe Polito, with Joe Polito's band, and a bowling alley. We did 2 back-to-back nights in a church basement and a bowling alley, and it was a fucking great time. And we went to hang out at Joe Polito's apartment after and drank Keystone Light. We drank Keystone Light at Joe Polito's apartment after these shows, and it was wonderful. Thank you, Be Cool Theo, for the gifted sub to Joe. Thank you. This memory recap. Wasn't sure if you were still around for this. There's people in the chat that recognize you, Joe. I was not kidding, though. I was not kidding about you being a Jersey legend. Your legend has spread far and wide. "2009 was Pog." It was Pog. This was the time that I'm referring to. This was more 2004. God, that was almost 20 fucking years ago. Oh my goodness. That was those two shows that I was talking about.
You can count on me. You're going to have
That was
good old
19
Rob to,
years
talk you
ago.
through
Oh
all
my
this.
goodness.
It's not a cult.
Thank you, Left Hand Stu. Thank you so much. 18 months of tier 1. I really, really appreciate that, Stu. Thank you. And it's not a cult. It's not a cult. Actually, first shows together were late 2003. God damn. God damn. That's so long ago. What the hell? What the hell happened? What the hell happened to me? Look at me. I'm old now. I was talking about trying to love myself and trying to become more, accept my body and myself. I actually do feel like I'm more handsome today. I admit this. I think I'm more handsome today than I was previously. Even if I'm old and my body is breaking down. I feel like more confident in my own skin than I did at that time. Why'd I have to be on a work call during this? I'm sorry, Johnny. I'm sorry if you have to do your actual job. I'm sorry that you have to do your actual job now. That's very unfortunate. I appreciate everyone that's in the process of trying to do their actual job right now and doing time theft. Doing time theft and procrastination. Like just to show you. I mean, this was my fit that I posted in the fit check channel of the Discord. And like this shirt that I'm wearing, oh my god, I'm seeing Alana's Trump and Kim Jong-un Memorial Peace Summit shirt. That's incredible. Oh my goodness. Join the Discord server and join this channel, by the way. I recommend a lot of great fits in the Fit Check channel. ACAB includes the Time Police. But just to give you an example, like not only would I not have been confident enough to pull off the fit that I'm currently wearing right now, when I was in my 20s or even in my early 30s. Like this is me the other day. This is my fit the other day. I wouldn't 29-year-old Rob, like even I don't think even like 35-year-old Rob would have been confident enough to like go out in public wearing this. This has been a process for me. It's been a process to become more comfortable with this kind of vibe shift. I couldn't have gone out when my late 20s looking like this. I would have felt ridiculous. Yeah, you look like a CIA agent that's trying to fit in a local culture. But now I'm doing that, but cool though. I would never have been able to pull this off. And everyone in the chat has been very supportive of me in this ongoing vibe shift that I've been part of here. How do you do, fellow Cubans? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm completely the opposite. You used to have all these little outfits and now I just wear black. Well, that's valid too. I don't want to say that my vibe shift is what everyone should be doing. That's valid too. If I'm chatting on Twitch, there's a 90% chance I'm committing time theft. I don't chat at home as much. We love it. So is that what you're doing now, Terry? You're doing time theft right at this moment? Is that what's going on? Anyway. So the weird thing about getting older, though, is I feel so much more confident in many ways. I certainly feel like I have a much stronger grasp on the things that I sort of talk about and I'm interested in. I feel like I have more wisdom. I really do. I'm able to articulate certain thoughts and ideas that I don't think I understood when I was in my 20s. I was very kind of naive, I think, even though I might have been like politically progressive or whatever. I think I was very naive. There's a lot that I like about being the age I am now. It's really just the fact that my body is feeling like it's in decay, which is like, that's the problem that I'm having. And in fact, I'm really having a sort of reckoning over the last couple of days and weeks about how I do need to like prioritize my actual physical health more. That is like a realization that I've been having lately. That like I really need to stop putting this off and talking and joking around about being out of shape, and I really do have to like start not only getting in better shape, but like prioritizing my health and going to see the doctor for lingering issues that I have. Because if I don't do this, I'm going to, by the time I'm 50, I'm going to have a significantly lower quality of life. Like I have all kinds of like these lingering weird issues that I just continue not dealing with. I just keep putting it off and being like, it's only a little chronic pain. It's only a little this. It's only a little, and it's just like these things are just piling up. And I know for sure if I don't take care of this stuff, it's going to become a real significant issue for me. Rob's insurance is that the compound happens and then a bunch of us can carry him around on our back to get around. Like one of those little like rucksacks. Like carry those, not a rucksack, but like what would you call that? When you have the handles and you're like carrying around like the wooden, something like that. And you can just all take turns doing it. So you don't have to do it all the time. It's not like one person has to do it all the time. Carting me around. A rickshaw. Thank you. A rickshaw. Thank you. Or just going Yoda mode as well would be good as well. So you don't have to carry the rickshaw all the time. Just once, you just take turns. Not a rucksack. I wouldn't be like in your backpack. That would be kind of weird. Carried on a sit-down chair. Not a cult. When I was younger, I heard older women say how freeing it is to age as a woman because you become invisible to the world in a sense and get so much more confident, and it's 100% true. Like not invisible, but less commodified. That's a nice way of putting it. I think we need to we do need to kind of figure out we're so designed to feel bad and feel like it's our fault for not looking a certain way anymore or not meeting these whatever beauty standards and feel the sense of
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual and I found this.
Oh my goodness gracious. Majority Report. Sam Sater. What a fucking nightmare. What a fucking nightmare. Welcome, friends. Not this guy. Welcome, friends. I'm Rob Rousseau. You might know me from Twitter.com. You might know me from the Insurgents podcast. Socialist, anti-imperialist Twitch streamer here in Montreal, Quebec. Thank you for joining the stream today. Smash the follow button if you want to. You don't have to. Like no one's holding a gun to your head about the follow button. You can smash the follow button or not smash it. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, but it does help me out a lot to smash the follow button. It's also it allows you to participate in the chat, and we've got a great community here. I was just kind of talking about random stuff. I was talking about like lifestyle, getting older, and nostalgia, and my fashion choices. You could also just click it gently. That's right. No one is coercing you into following yet, and that's a good time for everyone to do the knife rob emote. No one's coercing you, okay? No one is coercing you about following or subscribing or any of that, or being part of the community. Also, here, question for you. You know, a bit of a call to action to our raiders here. Sam Sater raiders. Rhymes. I am going to get to like actual serious discourse and politics soon enough. But I do want to ask you right now, what do you think of my shirt? What do you think of this shirt? I'm pivoting. I'm doing the rare later in life, approaching middle-aged fashion pivot. And I wear shirts like this now.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob
what do you think about the shirt?
Talk you through
out
all
of
this.
out of 10 ranking.
Join us, TRRS Rob Knife.
Thank you, DRP, for the 14 months tier 2 resub. Thank you, DRP. I really appreciate that. The shirt equals CIA agent. Okay. And I did mention that was I was factoring that into the calculation. 4 out of 10. Wow. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I did say that you can be honest. Maybe that's a little more honesty than I was looking for. I was thinking like 7 and below. No one's going to be mean about this, right? That's maybe a little more honest than I was planning on, but thank you anyways. Need shoulder holster. I could have the ankle one though, the ankle holster. You have the backup piece. 9 out of 10. Thank you, Tim and Daisy. Thank you. Room to grow. Okay, fair enough. What color is the frond? I guess it's kind of a blue. It's kind of a bluish color. It's like a navy blue. I think it fits the stream. Subversive. Thank you, Be Cool. I have a new game suggestion after Stray. Either Lord Winklebottom Investigates or Digimon Survive. Okay. I'm not familiar with either of those. I was never part of the Digimon squad, King Window, but I'll keep those in mind. Okay, so some okay ratings there. Not totally ideal, but we'll take it. We'll take it. I appreciate the honest feedback anyways. The colors complement each other. 10 out of 10 button up for sure. Thank you, Up the Reds. Thank you. And I'll see you with something a moment ago. Make sure to take care of yourself, amigo. I waited too long to take care of something in the plumbing, and it ended up being quite an ordeal, especially in America. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. Going back to, like, prioritizing my health, that's kind of what I was talking about before the raid happened there. Talking about how I'm kind of, like, really do need to take time, I think, over the next years to try and get in better shape, try to deal with some of the lingering medical issues that I have, which range from kind of mild to somewhat severe. And my mental health as well, which I have not prioritized in any way as well. Basically, this stream is the only mental health relief that I get. It's just pouring out my hopes and fears to the strangers the strangers that watch and the friends that watch, because obviously the people that subscribe to the channel are personal friends of mine. But that's basically my only therapy that I have, is doing this. I really need to do a whole complete physical, like, accounting of everything that's going on mentally and physically. And it's so hard not to continue putting that off. You know? It's really, really tricky. I thought the same regarding a lingering issue, went to a ton of specialists in 2 hospital systems and never figured out the root issue. Okay, so it can actually even be worse. It can make it lead to worse outcomes. Okay, good to know as well. We're best friends. Absolutely, G. Kleppy. Very true. Anyway, this is something that I'm telling myself I need to do. The last couple of weeks have been tricky because I've been sick. I've had a number of different illnesses. I have this issue with, like, chronic pain, gout and chronic pain, stomach issues. You name it, and I got it, and that's leaving alone all the mental health stuff that I've never addressed, all the mental health stuff that I've just never even attempted to address. That's all going on as well. Doctors are good sometimes. It's true. That's why Doc Hollywood is my official doctor now, both mental and physical. And that's why community member Doc Hollywood is 100% responsible for ensuring my continued mental and physical health now. Congratulations to you, Doc. Welcome to the Rob Rousseau family. we're peas in a pod in that regard. I just started going back for tests, etc. after several years of just distracting myself. Back, nerve, and stomach issues aren't exactly getting better, so it's low-key worrying. Yeah, and you get to a certain age, right, where it's like, you have to fucking stay on top of that stuff. You know? It's not like you're just like, you have this 20-year-old bottle in your body, and you just feel like invincible and immortal. You know, that just, you have this, if you're lucky enough to be, you know, physically sort of healthy, you have this perfectly functioning kidney and gut area and back and everything works properly. You drink, you know, ridiculous amounts of alcohol and bounce back immediately the next day. If this goes away, I hate to tell you, if you're one of the Zoomers or younger people in the chat, I know there's a few of you, there's a handful of you there. This is not always like this though. And in fact, when you live a certain lifestyle, you're kind of like taking out a loan from your future self. In order to just be able to live whatever lifestyle you want. And that's a debt you have to like end up paying eventually. I turned 39 this year. I feel like I aged 10 years. Yeah, well, same with me, old Dutch. And it's like, you know, it's been really hard. You know, since my kid was born especially. I was in really good shape when my kid was born, and now I'm in really, really not good shape. I went to 2 baseball games this weekend. I got a low-key hangover. Didn't even drink that much yesterday, just oldening. Yeah, and just out in the sun all day. You have like 2 or 3 Bud Lights, and it's like, this is crazy. I'm gonna have to sleep this off for a good 3-4 days now. Sometimes I think about how good I could have felt at like 21 if I had healthy habits, because having unhealthy habits, I still felt like $1 million. Yeah, seriously, same with me. Yeah, absolutely. Couple of twisted teas. There we go. Oh boy, that's you got the sugar in there as well. That's no good. That's no good. Counterpoint, future me will be wise and experienced enough to overcome my mistakes. You know, this is something I was kind of thinking about when I was like driving back to Montreal today. This idea of like being at war with our future selves, and about how I think that's kind of like it's part of our economic system that instills that in us as well, isn't it? We don't think about our future selves. We're supposed to just think about the here and now and making everything as good as possible for yourself here and now. And that's how our society works as well. We're taking out this enormous debt that our future selves have to pay, and our children, like our children, our families, at the expense of being able to live the exact kind of lifestyle we want now, which is like, if for a certain amount of people, for a certain number of people in the West, has been pretty much close to being living in some kind of like a utopia. Obviously not perfect for a lot of people, but having enough to eat, you know, having shelter, having all our products, all our wonderful treats, all that stuff. And we've kind of like, as a society, we were taught to think of ourselves individually like this. And as a society, we do this, living a fiscal quarter at a time. We think about time in this way, where it's like we're supposed to emphasize everything that's happening in the present. And when we start thinking about the future consequences of our actions, we go, we don't want to hear about that. We don't want to hear about that. Get out of here, nerd. Talking about my future self or our future society. And it's like, I do think that like part of overcoming our sort of capitalist programming is starting to engage with time differently. This is maybe like a dorm room weed thing also, but I think there's a truth to it. We have to start thinking about time differently. Even though human beings were programmed to experience time only in one certain direction, we have to start seeing time from the perspective of those 4-dimensional alien creatures that see it all as Rust Cole in True Detective was talking about, seeing it all as just a flat circle on the ground. We need to start thinking about time that way as well, so we understand that when we have actions right now, it has consequences in the future. And we need to be able to kind of feel those consequences more acutely, both in our personal lives and as a society, as a culture. You know what I mean? I think that's something how we need to reprogram ourselves. We need to reprogram our understanding of time itself. Imagine still experiencing time in a linear fashion. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Even a 5-year plan would be a step forward. Yeah, our culture doesn't think like this, right? It's completely alien to us to think like this. We think one fiscal quarter at a time. How do we make line go up one quarter at a time? Let's focus on that, and when we get to the next quarter, we'll deal with the consequences then. Just the idea of a society that, like, in 5 years, here's where we're going to be. Here's our plan to get where we're going to be. Here's what we're going to be doing. Here's where we want to be 20 years from now. Here's where we want to be 50 years from now. You know, we don't think about this. Or the people that are making these decisions do think about it, and they just don't care. And they're like, I'm going to be doing very well. It's going to be really bad for everyone else, of course, but... we really need to start thinking about time differently. We need to change our very idea of how time works, I think. That shirt looks like it's too fun. Is that even legal in Canada? No, it's not. No, it's not. This is an illegal shirt. This is an illegal shirt in Canada. At any moment, we could have Trudeau regime stormtroopers busting down my door to take me away for this. I feel like Paul Muad'Dib, lost in my visions of the disastrous future and remembrances of the far gone past. We do need to have a connection to it, don't we? We need to have a connection to the distant past. We can do that. But we need to have that link to the future, to future generations, to our future selves. And we need to start treating future generations with the same empathy that we try to extend to people today. Right? This was just something that struck me when I was kind of thinking about what I wanted to talk about on the stream today when I was driving home. Because I have this like kind of health stuff on my mind, so that's what made me start thinking about it. Yeah, that's true, Johnny. It's why we keep repeating the same bullshit, because we're literally a society that cannot accurately define the past. Yeah, we have no understanding of the even recent history or recent context. All these like geopolitical incidents that keep popping up are evidence of that. Where all the context, even of the last 5 years, let alone the last 20 years, or let alone the last 50 years, none of that is ever factored into any of our analysis of this that we see from like our media or from the government. It's all just the present. You know? It's all just the present. Anything that happened before then doesn't count. Yeah, and KSR's Ministry of the Future is a perfect counter to the long tourism stuff going around. Yeah, I know this is something that he touches on a lot in that book, which I have, but I have not read yet. Did you hear Amazon bought Roomba and immediately started mapping people's houses? That's good. So now Amazon has the map of your house. They've got Alexa listening to everything you say. And you get the Ring door camera as well, making sure they keep track of what's going on in the street and everyone that shows up to your house also. Is there any other privacy that Amazon, like Jeff, do you want more? I already like come in here every day and talk about all my deepest personal feelings and all my political beliefs. I already shared that with the Amazon servers every single day as well. Is there anything else we can help you with, Jeff? Is there more of our humanity that you can please take away? Right? You have everything that we say and where we live and who comes to visit us and what happens in our neighborhood. Is there any more we can do for you, sir? Do you want the prime colonoscopy? Do you want to see the inside of my body as well, Jeff? Yeah, the smart toilet identifies your diet a possible health problem from your scat. Good, yeah. Now we're thinking. Now we're really thinking. Jeff will launch spy satellites in order to watch you sunbathing. Good. What did I walk into? I don't know, Marina. I don't know. I'm all over the place right now. Yeah, and they're getting into healthcare. Good, yeah. Why not just do it? Let's just do everything. Give him everything. Just give him absolutely everything. Why not? I'm just going to go ahead and send Jeff some nudes as well, just to make sure that all the bases are covered. In case he doesn't have any access to that information. Want to make sure that Amazon has the ability to make sure they see absolutely everything. Yeah, Jeff says you need more fiber. It's already delivered to your door and you're charged for it. You get automatically just deducted for your fiber allotment. Amazon Teeth. If you haven't paid your subscription service, they just eject and you don't resubscribe. Yeah, you have your mouth is just wired shut when you miss one of your subscription payments. It needs to be open so you can ingest your Amazon protein paste. But when you miss a payment, though, it's just like, no, you'll no protein paste for you, sir. Can't wait to pack salt tuna for Jeff in my company town. Yeah, and you don't even need to get paid. You just go right to you work in the warehouse and you go right to the company store right after. You get whatever you need. You need some coffee. You need some Prime coffee. Some Prime bread. Prime peanut butter. Why even give you physical? Well, you don't even need to give you money anymore. Just give you the products. You're just gonna spend them on products anyway, folks. You're just going to spend them on products anyway. Why not just skip the middleman? Just give them the products. Has anyone thought of this ever? Has everyone thought of this idea? This is where we're going. Now we're making progress here. Amazon soybean lentil optimized protein, SLOP or slop, is available for only 70% of your daily paycheck. Pay no attention to how you already spent 80% of your day renting your coffin. Well, you got to have the coffin rented out in case you ever need that, so put a down payment on that boy. Put that on layaway. No, I've not seen Repo. Apparently the Double Dragon movie. Is that the one with Scott Wolf? Does it touch on these themes? Johnny? The Double Dragon movie with Scott Wolf from Party of Five fame? Yeah, this is what we were just talking about, Tom Zullery. Rob, didn't Amazon just acquire iRobot? The company that makes Roomba vacuums, so now they know the size of all the rooms in your house. That's what got us on to talking about this very thing. The Worry-Free Corp as well. Yeah, that's a good one. I'll be the judge of this. I will be the judge of this. I'd like to see some dialogue. How about this remix here? It does look cool. Mortal Kombat flip as well. That's good. I would have liked to see some dialogue or some like description of what happens in the movie.
...2007... Los Angeles.
What year?
...2007... Los Angeles. The city...
The scary dystopian world of 2007. Los Angeles.
...has changed. Cops rule the day. Punks rule the night. And one
That's
man
us.
wants to rule them all. There's only one thing he needs to succeed.
This is only half of it. Find me the other half now.
And look who's got it.
It magnifies the power inside you. This half gives power over the body.
Now, two brothers will stop at nothing to protect their half.
Look out!
And a madman will stop at nothing to possess it.
You're gonna love this.
Let's have some fun.
Who wants gum?
If they succeed, they're heroes. But if he does, they're history.
Time to skin you guys.
T2's Robert Patrick, Scott Wolf, Mark Dacascos, and Alyssa Milano, Double Dragon.
You said it. We don't really have to wear these, do we?
That was kind of like the Marvel soy banter. A little soy banter in the end there, where they're making fun of the film that they're in. That was a good look for Alyssa Milano. I admit I never saw this. I never saw this one. What happened to Scott Wolf? That guy was everywhere in the early 90s. He was in Party of Five. He was the breakaway star from that. I was in that movie, I think White Squall. I think, and then what happened to Scott Wolf after that? What's Scott Wolf up to today? This guy he was on the path to be like a big A-lister. And as far as I have not heard of one peep at a Scott Wolf. Did you play the games? I definitely did play Double Dragon 2. Yeah, for Nintendo. But 1994, a great year. Someone mentioned Speed. Yeah, Speed is fucking tremendous. Oh man, there's music playing this whole time. Sometimes I forget that there was music playing this entire time. Because I wasn't like listening to it. Has that been a problem for you? He's on Nancy Drew. Okay. Okay. Okay, there he is. Yeah. Scott Wolf. He's still around. Good for him. Good for Scott. You replaced Freddie Prinze Jr. Freddie Prinze Jr. was a big wrestling guy as well, too. He was like a big He was in WWE, like a writer and producer for WWE for a long time. Plugging in those hours and paying that mortgage. Listen, it's not easy. It's not easy to make it in the acting game. You know? He's still standing. This man is still standing. We were talking about Double Dragon 1994. 30 years later, this man's still getting acting gigs. We love it. That is a great quote from Keanu in Speed, King Uendo. Speed is fucking amazing. Speed is one of the best action movies ever. Absolutely. Frederick James Prinze Jr. was great in Star Wars Rebels, a show I unashamedly love. Didn't see that one. Jeff Newsroom is great in Speed. Absolutely. In Speed. Outlasted Scott Baio. Yeah, Scott, and he doesn't have to do this whole like conservative grift, you know? If you're wherever at any time a popular actor or like artist in any way, a popular musician, and no one likes you anymore and you don't get work anymore, it can be like really easy to just be like, hey, I love Trump. These damn liberals and Democrats they're freaking out about Mr. Potato Head. They're doing gender to Mr. Potato Head. If you're like a C-list actor, you just need to say that, and you get invited to CPAC. You go on Fox News. You get a whole little career resurgence. You get an automatic little audience that's built in that's now just going to support everything that you do. If you're like, cancel culture's out of control. That's all you need to say. So it must be tempting. It must be really tempting if you're a out of work actor, washed up. No one's returning your calls. You can't even get a meeting with your own fucking agent. You're calling your own agent week in, week out. You can't even get him to talk to you. You just get his assistant. You can't even get a meeting. You got nothing. It must be pretty tempting to just be like, yeah, I hate liberals. They're like the communists. I hate them. Immediately, Daily Wire movie right away. Yeah, you get the dark money flowing. You get the dark money flowing to you. So we gotta respect our washed up actors that don't go down that path. We get right into the Christian movie industry. That's right. Yeah, totally. What's sad is when I see movies like this, they all take place in what is now our past, which is quite disappointing. Well, I know Predator 2 is a lot like that. We've been talking about Predator lately because there's the new Predator movie, Prey, out, which is getting great reviews, and I actually really want to see now. And I will probably watch this week. But kind of doing a reevaluation of Predator 2 as well, which I've always liked. The original is one of my favorite movies ever. But I think Predator 2, even though I've always enjoyed it, is a little underrated, I think. Predator 2 there's a lot of good stuff going on in Predator 2. And that's a big thing, the big Los Angeles 1997. That's the big, like, future kind of dystopian Los Angeles. You talking about that movie Prey? Not Prey like the Christian praying. I got to go resubscribe to Hulu again because I want to watch that movie. Okay, so for me, Prey is on Disney Plus because because Hulu is not available in Canada. It's not available, so it's available on Disney Plus. Bill Paxton also in Predator 2. Bill Paxton shows up there. Some very good stuff going on in Predator 2 with Danny Glover. I always thought that was such a weird choice because I loved Schwarzenegger so much and I loved the original so much and all the big beefy lads. We watched Predator a couple weeks ago in the Discord server. I love all the big sweaty beefy lads in Predator, and then too you got Danny Glover there. It was always a weird choice, but I think in retrospect it's an inspired choice. He was one of the best actors to ever do it, and he doesn't have the same physical presence, but that kind of gives it a whole different flavor. Gary Busey in there, yeah. I was thinking about the incredible the action sequence in that movie in like the slaughterhouse with Gary Busey and all his like CIA guys in their cool like outfits and their infrared lights and stuff. And Predator just goes in and just demolishes them. Just absolutely demolishes them. It's really entertaining. Not to spoil this like 30-year-old movie, but did they throw the Predator into a script? Maybe, yeah. Maybe that might have been what they did. Just retroactively took some like Los Angeles dystopian movie and threw Predator in there. Glover School has very good politics, yeah. He's pretty much as close to being like a communist or anti-imperialist as like a Hollywood actor can possibly be. I've certainly rewatched it since it came out too, but I've not watched it in a while. Prey slaps so fucking hard they only knock against it as they hired a Calgary cop who loves doing violence on people to be the tactics and customs advisor. That is indeed very unfortunate. Really looking forward to seeing that, actually. I saw that you saw that tweet going around being like, in Predator 1, these like highly armed commandos can't defeat the Predator, and then in Predator in the woke Prey movie, you have one native woman that's able to beat it. It's like, yeah, that's the whole point of the original movie. Did you not watch the movie? The whole point was it doesn't matter that they're a bunch of sweaty, beefy lads with machine guns and grenade launchers and all the toys. That's the whole fucking point, is that doesn't do anything against the Predator. And only when you know the surrounding environment and you're using these kind of like older weaponry and older tactics, guerrilla tactics, only then can you have a chance to defeat this creature. You're literally in your like whole woke analysis of this movie, you've betrayed the fact that you clearly didn't even watch or understand the original movie. And there we go. From community member Nick and Hislids. Nick, I just now, sometimes with the lower caps, I never understand that Nick and his lens. Okay, now I see that. I don't know what, I think I was saying Nick and his lens for this entire time. And I'm only now being like, okay, now I see what those words mean now. Yeah, a team of highly skilled badasses with 8 years of experience had almost no chance versus a Predator. A girl with almost no experience beats a Predator alone. Fucking ridiculous. A team of highly skilled badasses had almost no chance versus farmers with almost no experience. And much less technology. Yeah. Very true. Very, very true. I think they're just being contrarian. But now there's this whole like anti-woke film criticism YouTube world that exists now. So anytime any film comes out, is there like a person of color or a woman in the movie? Now that's why we don't like it, and we just need to work backwards from that analysis. There's an entire like huge audience there on YouTube, and there's this huge like culture there on YouTube that's basically how they make their money. Anytime there's like one visible minority or woman starring in one of these films, they work backwards from there and fit this storyline about how it's now part of this woke whitewashing of whatever, woke washing, and they just fit that into that narrative. It's wokeism gone mad. I mean, it's amazing. Like I was talking about that with MASH the other day, about how just like if MASH came out today, one of the most popular American TV series of all time, it would be described literally identical. It would be described as like this like wokeness out of control and stuff. The idea that like people of color have been or women have been given starring roles in films, that's actually has been going back for a while now. That's been going on for a while. The movie Prey has some not correct things in it, but it's also far better than what we Indigenous have had to deal with. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Lost Sue, and welcome to the stream, by the way. That's the thing. I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it too much. I know there's stuff about like the French and French colonialism as well, and you see the French getting owned, which I think is one thing that I'm looking forward to seeing. The movie's in English, right? I think that would be one thing that would probably make it better and more immersive, is if it was all in subtitles. It also goes the other way.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
They all switched from thinking FNAF was casual garbage to standing with Scott Cawthorn when it came out that the FNAF guy donated some of the most evil GOP campaigns. Yeah, they will swing back in the other direction. I don't know if there's a full Comanche dub they did. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. And Don Dark Zoni, thanks for gifting a sub to Lost 2. I really appreciate that, Don Dark Zoni. Thank you. I was thinking about that. I don't know if anyone saw this thread. Someone did a thread about about someone that they had talked to, like one of these like anti-woke people, and was talking about the TV series Gargoyles. Let me see if I saved it. We don't need to look at the whole thread. I'm sure some of you saw that, but I thought that was really instructive in terms of understanding this kind of phenomenon, where you could take the and I never watched Gargoyles, so I can't really speak to how good it is, but you could take properties that came out in the 80s, like in the 1980s or early 90s, that had these prominent female characters, and you had these kinds of things, and you could put them on today and not change one thing, and the very people that liked it when it was on in the 80s and 90s would then call it like this woke mind virus or whatever, was saying it was some part of woke agenda, despite not changing one thing about it. Because they have this this brain disease where they think that when these things were made in the 80s and 90s, that none of these political issues were being thought of at all. When these movies were being casted or when these characters were being created, they thought it was just all happening in a vacuum. And now there's this social engineering propaganda campaign going on, and that's why they make these decisions. And they just assume that like all these properties from the 80s and 90s were just completely, there was no politics whatsoever involved in the writing or the casting, and all these things about representation, and none of these things were ever talked about, which they obviously were at the time. And you could say that people like these exact same films could come out today. Alien could come out today. Or Aliens, completely like unchanged in any way, and it would be described as woke because of Ripley, because Ripley's a Mary Sue. Oh, you put Ripley's a Mary Sue now, and it would be literally the exact same movie would be described as being some kind of woke propaganda campaign, because there's a woman in it, and the woman is like successful and proves how she's a more capable leader than all the men in her ship on the Nostromo in the first film, or in the kind of company of Marines that she gets attached to in the second film. Aliens would be described as, or Terminator 2 would be described as so woke because of Sarah Connor and James Cameron. That would be literally the exact same film, completely the same, not changed in any way. These same people who love these films would bend over backwards to describe it as being some kind of part of some kind of woke propaganda campaign. Woke has come to mean I don't like it for these people. Yeah, and woke is just literally any time there's like there's a person of color, a black or brown person, an indigenous person, a woman, if there's a transgender character. So they decide whether or not they like something based on the inclusions of one of these like marginalized groups. Before really even engaging with the property in any way, they decide that they don't like it just because it features a character that belongs to one of these groups.
Talk you through all this.
Hello, Rob. Hope you are having a nice day.
And then they work backwards there from that thought. Thank you, Osori. Thank you very much. 13 months of Prime. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, seriously, Billy D. Williams was playing Harvey Dent in the 1989 Batman. No one was mad about casting a black guy. Although I'll bet if we look into the what qualifies as like film Twitter in 1989, I'm sure there were people that were upset about it, to be clear. But it wasn't this big fucking narrative. No one was mad about casting a black guy as the guy that would eventually be Two-Face. In fact, that was great casting, Billy D. Williams in the first Batman. And if they had carried through that character, that would have been a fucking inspired casting choice. And it is true, yeah, they are more obsessed with identity politics than their liberal counterparts. The Babylon Bee would have 10 to 15 joke articles making fun of a little girl playing on a football team upon the release of famed 90s children's movie Little Giants. Yeah. This new phenomenon of approaching these things and trying to make our casting more inclusive or suggesting that women can be successful. This new phenomenon that never existed before like 5 years ago. When your thought process is backwards altogether because all you want to do is hate people for whatever reason, of course, they're going to have some stupid opinion about it. Yes, they are. Yes, they really are. They got mad at taking away April O'Neil's cleavage. This is what they took from us. Why cartoon lady not have a similarly sized rack? This is the foremost political issue of our time. Okay, we got to fix these moderator settings. Lasso. Apparently, when you @ me in the chat, apparently the auto mod blocks it, and I don't know how to fix it. I have no idea how to fix it. I think it's like it's a fairly new phenomenon. So if you try to @ me, for some reason auto mod doesn't like it. I have no idea how to fix this. It's because it's been blocked manually to keep from spamming. I see. Yeah, I think too many people are getting caught up in this filter though. Mods. I guess eventually I should get to the actual like political stuff that I wanted to talk about, right? Hot take: the lead role was not a woman but a two-spirited person. I really need to see the film. I think I want to table the Prey discussion because I haven't seen it and I don't want to spoil it or anything. But I'm going to watch it hopefully tonight or maybe tomorrow night and we can talk more about Prey. Cracker Barrel has started selling Impossible meat and is now woke. Just giving people the option. Just giving people the option of maybe having fake meat if they want to. I know in the UK, like Greggs and all this stuff had the same thing. Hey, we're going to start selling a fake meat sausage roll, innit? And all these fucking weirdos being like, no, you cannot. I will not comply. You've made my sausage roll woke now, innit? You're putting the fake meat in there. And it's like, what are we doing? You can still have, for now, you can still have your precious little meat. You can still have your meat if you want to. Okay, we seem to have fixed the problem. I just hurt my voice doing that impression now, by the way. I hurt my vocal cords there. We don't need to test it anymore. I think we're good. I think we're good. Olivia Newton-John died. That's sad. Sorry to hear that. Olivia Newton-John did that song Physical, right? I'm pretty sure. I love that track. Fucking great song. Unless I'm slandering, unless I'm making a mistake there. Love that track. Let's get physical, physical, physical. Let me hear your body talk. That's good stuff. That's a fucking great track. R.I.P. Prayers up for Olivia Newton-John. Great song. Also famously in Grease. I'm not a big Grease guy, but I know many people are. And Xanadu as well, yeah. I'm going to listen to that one later. I'm definitely going to give a listen to that one later. In honor of Olivia Newton-John. Did we talk about Canadian police driving Indigenous men into the countryside where they would freeze to death trying to find shelter? What's up, Carmine Social Distancing? I mean, we've talked about Starlight Tours before. I've definitely talked whenever we talk about these issues in police violence in Canada. I always try to bring up Starlight Tours. I know it's like horrifying. I find it satisfying that this had like a viral moment. This idea of Starlight Tours, and had a lot of people talking about that. Anytime the police in Canada comes up in police violence and our racist criminal justice system, bringing up Starlight Tours, I think, is a way to make people understand that this is not some American exclusive phenomenon. It's absolutely horrific legacy. I mean, you talk about Starlight Tours as well. The stuff that's come out about Saskatoon, I mean, this is the kind of thing that you understand that you're only scratching the surface of the violence, right? These are just the situations that came out where there was some measure of accountability, even though there wasn't even really accountability. These are the incidents that we know about, but this is a practice that's been going on in our country for as long as this country has existed. I'm sure in Alaska also commonly practiced for decades, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Fucking horrifying. I remember learning a lot about this stuff listening to Canada Land's special on Thunder Bay. Yeah, for all of Canada Land's faults, I think they've done a lot of good reporting on that, on those kind of issues, Indigenous issues. I know, like, when the George Floyd protests were going on, we were talking about police violence in America a lot. That's something I tried to center. Because anytime any of these situations happen in the United States, in the George Floyd protests, you have these dipshit, smug Canadians going like, oh, I'm happy to live in Canada, where that may not be perfect, but we don't have any of these issues. And it's just like, it's the most fucking annoying thing ever, these losers that do this. So I know I talked about it a lot then, trying to make people understand that police violence or state violence against black and brown and Indigenous people is not some uniquely American problem. And in fact, it's a central building block of what we call Canada. This kind of state violence against Indigenous people. Yeah, it is shocking, right? It is shocking to learn about that. It's horrifying. Horrifying. Shit. I dropped my apple. Did Jesse ever disclose the shit show around Canada Land Back podcast imploding after a week and maybe Ryan is an asshole? That I do not know. I know nothing about the drama around that. I don't really engage with Jesse's content all that much. 5-second rule. Thank you, Lost Sue. Yeah, the Pope said he's sorry, so we're good now. We're good now. We lowered the flags for a couple days. The Pope said he's sorry, so we're moving on now. We're moving on. I know some Americans who have moved to Canada and definitely think police violence is an American thing and talk about how they're glad they don't have to see that in Canada anymore. Yeah, I mean, that's Canada's role as being like the good cop in settler colonialism, the good cop in global imperialism, and we pretend that we're not involved in any of these issues. You got a neat hat, yeah. Put on a headdress, problem solved. Simple as. What's up, Crimson? My MIL still thinks Canada is a viable exit strategy and just has no clue. I mean, it still might be. It still might be for some of you. You know, we like to joke around about the compound and stuff, but like there is a part of me that thinks that may eventually be necessary. I even got a location. I even got a location scouted out that I can't talk about now. That's got to table that for now, and we got to bring that up a little bit later on. But I got a location. I got zeroed in on a spot. Is your basement? Yeah, you and Stu can come, Marina. Sure. This is like phase 5, though. But that's the thing. It's not that we don't have all the same problems, which we obviously do. There still might be a few reasons that it might be beneficial to be here, though. Even just in terms of, like, the climate. Like the moderate, like the temperate zone of, like, non-death climate. Right? Which we might have more access to. We'll get to this later, okay? We'll talk about this another time. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. This is like a couple years down the line. How do we trick Red Scary to leave the Southeast, and is kidnapping a viable solution? I think if we just, like, you know, snatched Red Scary off the street and just put the whole bag over the head thing and put her into like a nondescript van, brought Mr. Red Scary as well, and just brought the Red Scary family to a second location, I know that would be, like, troubling and certainly somewhat traumatizing. I feel like she would eventually forgive us once it was clear. Once it was clear that we were doing it for her own benefit, I think she would forgive us for what we had to do to get her to that point. You know, it might take a couple days. It might even take a couple weeks. It could even take a couple months to get her to feel totally comfortable with what happened there. But ultimately, I do have confidence that she would understand it was all being done for the greater good. Yeah, she'll be living near Cop City in Georgia, so it's not like it'll be an uncommon sight. Exactly. In fact, it'll be a huge relief because she's going to be like, oh shit, I'm getting snatched up by the feds. She's going to be like, I'm getting snatched up by the feds, and she'll be hugely relieved, but it's like, oh no, it's us. We're your friends. We're your friends. Did we put a bag over your head and snatch you up into a nondescript van? Yes, we did. But we did it. We had a very good reason. Okay? It was to help you. I think it would be fine, frankly. It is comradely. It is. It is comradely. This is going to be one of you, okay? This could be Red Scary. This could be any one of you. God, these are some of the most... I'm doing this as a bit or a joke, but this is one of the most fucking disturbing scenes in the movie. The way he walks past these fucking cages full of migrants, just not even really even acknowledging them, and all the police. God, it's fucking disturbing. This is going to be one of you.
Get your fucking head down! Get your fucking head down! Okay. Get it! Step! Get him in! Step! Get him in!
But nice, though.
Go!
But remember, it's just to help you. This is going to be to help you. We're trying to do you a favor. All the newspaper headlines in this scene too are so fucking disturbing. God, what a movie. What a fucking movie. It's Children of Men. Watched this film for the first time last year, and it was like looking forward in time. I wanted to scream the whole time. Yeah, I mean, I watched it when it came out, and it's just, it's so eerily prophetic. It's incredibly disturbing, yeah. Yeah, when we watched this movie, it did not feel good. No, it didn't. It's like a fucking kick in the gut. Militias occupy Spokane. God damn it, I still got music playing. I keep forgetting. Yeah, Lost Soup. Highly recommend you see this. Amazing movie. I remember sitting through and looking at the headlines. I think it blames Russia for starting the conflict. Yeah. All the stuff about massive migrant caravans too, and then like the stashing migrants in these fucking lawless refugee camps. God, it's horrifying. It is so horrifying. I think it's supposed to be the 2030s. That's actually a good point. I'm not sure when it's supposed to take place. I know it came out in 2006, but it takes place in the future. 2027. We're right on track. We're right on track still. Rob Rousseau added permitted term, destroy white men's sperm. Bold to presumably be making that long cotton. Well, now instead of some kind of plague where people start, now it's microplastics, right? Now that's the reason that it's happening. You know. That's right. Yeah, exactly. Innuendo. There we go. feels pretty bad. I'm getting too buff. That's right. That's why I'm having those issues. The microplastics are giving me huge muscles. That's one of the only positive things. The old long COVID microplastic combo. And all the seed oil. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Nice guns, thank you. I appreciate that. This thing, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but if I did prioritize my health or fitness in a little bit, I could be pretty ripped, folks. I don't just have to be this big slob that you see in front of you. I could be pretty ripped. I just have to take the time to devote to it. Maybe I need to do maybe I need to do one juice cycle. What about that? I talked about my pivot, my fashion pivot. Maybe I could do a couple cycles. That could be a big pivot. That could be a big lifestyle change for me. I'm drinking beef tallow to combat the effects of soy microplastics and climate change. I'm also getting ripped. That sounds good. I think I'm not a doctor, but I believe that is like a medical science would back that up. Eat liver like Liver King. Yeah, I'm going to become one of those guys. Thank you, Jiminy. Thank you for complimenting my shirt. I appreciate that. I guess eventually, right, we've been here 2 hours. Eventually I'm going to have to start talking about the things that I intended to talk about today, right? We've done 2 hours of talking about whatever. I think probably eventually I can pivot to talking about these serious issues that I was referring to, that I was planning on talking about. You have to be like that guy Troy on Julian Field's channel who suns his butthole. Obviously, the butthole sunning is going to be a big part of this shift. This shift towards me prioritizing my health more. Butthole sunning, big part of that. Essential part, even. I find these little chats very enjoyable. So do I. So do I. There's a lot going on. Where do you begin? Well, I've got a lot of tweets saved to look at. I think there's a lot of stuff going on that we can talk about with Israel-Palestine, with Taiwan, and with Ukraine. And we can kind of talk about all this shit and how it's all kind of linked together and the things that are similar about it and the way the discourse and the propaganda is working and all that stuff. I really just need to think of legitimately part of the reason that I have not gotten to this stuff yet is I've been trying to think of a good title and I just can't because I like to have like a title written there. Is sunning your butthole related to infrareding your testicles? I'm going to map some political movements here. I'm going to go ahead and say yes. Yeah, the Roger Waters interview is part of what I wanted to talk about, Old Dutch. I got a bunch of stuff saved. The edited footage versus the aired footage. I actually haven't looked at the edited footage, like the footage before they edited, which should be interesting considering Waters like accused them of being propaganda, and the guy was like, ha 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 ha. We'll get to that though. Department of Defense just announced a $1 billion Ukraine package. Well, as I'm often saying, they've not got enough billions of dollars worth of weapons. I'm often talking about this, so I'm glad that Dark Brandon is really taking that seriously. There hasn't been quite enough of weapons sent there. Probably with another couple billion, the war should be wrapped up, and Ukraine will be free and sovereign once again. Just one or two more of those shipments of $1 billion weapon shipments, they should be good to go. The evil Russian orcs will be repelled. The next $1 billion weapon shipment should do it, I think. Thank you, Gaius Cassius Longinus. Thank you for complimenting my shirt and glasses. Thank you very much. Okay. So what I'm going to do, we're going to get into talking about all this stuff. I got a lot of stuff saved to talk about. Before we do that, I'm just going to take a short break because I've been here 2 hours, right? So I'll just take a short break to like go to the bathroom, fill up my water, Maybe you get some kind of... That apple just had the opposite effect. It made me more hungry to just eat that apple just now. So I'll take just a brief pause. And then I'll come back and we'll talk about this serious shit. All right? Hello, Ali. What's up? Just 2 billion more, bro. Come on, just 2 more billion. Any moment now, this thing's going to be sewn up. I'm not usually an Amnesty International stan, but seeing Twitter libs freak out about the Russia Amnesty International report is amazing. It is amazing. And no, they're not. Amnesty International is not infallible in any way. And that's kind of played a role in the whole like human rights NGO complex in many ways. But it's just like even if they're talking about it, that's evidence that like there's something there. And liberals talking about like the Russian propaganda Amnesty International, which is literally like the opposite of reality. Okay. I'm just putting on something to put on the screen here. Okay. That sounds nice, Old Dutch. My go-to in those situations, peanut butter and banana mashed together with a little bit of brown sugar, ate with pretzels. That is nice. It's very nice. You know someone has fundamentally misunderstood politics if AA is left of them. Yeah, I think that's a good way of looking at it. I'm really just looking for a good like clip to put on here for you. I'm kind of getting, in all honesty, I'm kind of getting stun locked at the moment. I'm getting a little bit stun locked, admittedly. I'll just put on the ads. That's a good go-to. That's a good go-to. We're just looking for B-roll. That's right. But I think I got something here.
Languages.
Here we go. So let me just take a brief break here. I'll come back and we're going to have plenty more stuff to talk about. And I'm also going to bug people about subscribing to the channel as well. I literally, remember folks, I literally like drove 2 hours, more than 2 hours because of my mistake. That was not your fault, but more than 2 hours. Driving back from Brockville, Ontario to Montreal in order to bring you this content. Keep that in mind. That's all. I'm just asking you to keep it in mind. That's all. That's all I'm doing.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada.
Okay.
I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
I see. I see. Okay. Thank you very, very much for the raid, TYT. Thank you so much for the raid, TYT. Welcome. Hello, I'm Rob Rousseau. You might know me from Twitter. You might know me from this stream. You might know me from the Insurgents podcast that I do with TYT's own Jordan Ewell, my podcast co-host, and a wonderful dude. Thank you for the raid, TYT. I appreciate it. Smash the follow button. Smash the follow button. If you want to participate in the chat, and just do it anyway. Just do it anyway. Hit the follow button. It helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it. And you can be part of this community, which is a wonderful community. One of the very best communities that exists on this entire platform. What an unfortunate day for you that you've had this opportunity. What a fortunate day for you. You have this opportunity to join this wonderful community, which you can do by smashing the follow button and also by joining the Discord server. The Insurgents is really just a favor for Jordan to give him a little exposure. Nice of you to do, Rob. Yeah, I know he needs my help. This guy needs my help to get his message out there, Jordan Ewell. And frankly, I'm happy to help him out. I'm very generous in that way, very gregarious. That's right, T-Pain. I am Canadian. I mean, I guess I'm Canadian. I live in Montreal. Montreal is not really Canada. Like, let's be clear. Not that I'm a big Quebec separatist or anything, but yes, I'm here in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. I was literally just about to take a little break, which now I'm not so sure that I can do. Now that we have a bunch of people joining us, perhaps I will wait a little while to take my break. I was literally just about to leave, and now here you all are. And it's really not best practice to, when a bunch of people show up to watch your stream, to immediately leave. To just immediately leave and be like, okay, goodbye now. Goodbye. Thanks for coming. See you later. Maybe that's not the best idea. Maybe now I can just transition to talking about all the other stuff that I wanted to talk about. Yeah, take a seat. I'll be right back. But here, a question for you. This is what I need help with my title. I use zone often. I want to try to avoid using zone. What's like a good synonym for like a zone? I do like the fitness zone, the chit chat zone. I want to do like a geopolitics thing. Area, realm, the geopolitics realm. That's pretty good. I didn't say cinnamon. No, vector is kind of nice. Quadrant. Oh my goodness. Now I'm getting overwhelmed. By the way, off topic, TYT chatters and bookmarks in particular. What do you think of my shirt? We're going to get to politics and talking about and anti-imperialism and all this stuff. First and foremost, though, what do we think about this shirt? Do we have a rating? Do we have a shirt rating? It's not stinky. It's brand new. One's in the chat if you like it. Can you stand up and do a twirl? I don't know if that's going to really accomplish anything. What I got at the bottom. Is that silk? No, it's not. It's not silk. No. It was not a good twirl. Thank you. I feel like the shirt being hemmed would make it perfect. Little on the sides, little on the sleeves. I'm kind of inclined to agree. Not combined like that? Well, it's power clashing, though. That's my thing. That's my new thing now. I do power clashing now. How many tokens to stand up and turn around? I literally just did that free of charge. Color blocking is fashionable. Thank you, Alana. Thank you. As a plant lady, I love it. Thank you, Cass. I've seen a number of ones. Thank you. Did you join the Boogaloo Boys? No, but I'm not letting these weird reactionaries just give these fucking weirdos the concept of Hawaiian shirts. Like, come on. We're not just giving these weird reactionary.
You can count on me,
militia guys,
Rob, to
wannabe insurrectionists. We're just giving them Hawaiian shirts. Sorry, you can't have them. Thank you, Alana, for the 3 gifted subs. Look at that. Very kind of you, Alana. Thank you. Instantly, I'm on vacay. Okay, that's the vibe. That's the vibe I'm trying to cultivate. Brooke, I'm happy you're into that. Yeah, those are our shirts. We're taking those back. Rob's on island time. That's right, I'm an island boy. It really, like as I was saying, I've been pivoting to the 5-inch inseam shorts, and in fact, I'm getting kind of warm, so I might put on my shorts now. Where might I purchase this? I actually cannot remember. I think I got it off Instagram. I think I barely ever use Instagram to like post photos now because apparently that's the only thing it's good for is for like to be pretend TikTok. And buying clothes. That's the main thing I use it for now. Is just purchasing clothes. Can chat handle both the Hawaiian shirt and the 5-inch inseam short? Well, I think we're going to find out. Instagram, the shirt app. That's basically what I know it as now. The algorithm does kind of nail it. Yeah. Instagram not only does Instagram show me things that I'm interested in, Instagram tries to push me in interesting and exciting directions. It doesn't even the Instagram algorithm doesn't even know like the shirts that I want. The Instagram shirts knows the person I secretly want to be and tries to make me become that person. It tests the boundaries. That's what I mean. It's like, I know what you like this, but what about this, though? What about this? That's what it does. It literally pushes me to become who I really am, who I really was all along. It's gaslighting me into being fly. That's right. You should see the jackets. You should see the jackets that I get advertised on Instagram. It's almost like, this is almost too much. But it's not. It's not too much. Who's feeding ducks? These are average Soviet citizens in the Soviet Union in the 1980s, like B-roll of the Soviet Union. Some kind of like communal farm cooperative or whatever. I know you wanted to see your friends and family. How about these products? We all know how I feel about products. Or more accurately, Instagram has bought a bunch of clothes in bulk. That could also be part of it as well. That could also be a part of it as well. I usually only get ads for plant-based foods on Insta, but since I bought the Rousseau Institute shirt, it's been TeePublic ads for me. They've advertised my own merch to me. That's been kind of cool. I saw my own merch being advertised to me. That was kind of fun. And by the way, if you want to buy merch for this particular channel, you can do so by clicking the link in the chat. Some great merch. Usually I'm wearing my own merch. Today I'm pivoting to one of my wacky shirts. Exactly. Achieved advertising ascendance, getting ads for your own gear. Exactly. You've arrived to get solicited for your own merch. Exactly. That's absolutely right. Was this all a plug for your shirt? Yes, it was. Today, Rob's not wearing his merch because he's wearing anti-Boogaloo paraphernalia. And that's how much of a gregarious, generous Twitch streamer as I am. When you make a typo in the chat, not only do I not fixate on it, but I say the thing that you meant. Boy, if only this chat could say the same. When I make a verbal flub of some kind, it's not like people in the chat go, you know what, let's just let this slide. We know what he meant. Listen, it's hard to talk about this stuff all day in, day out. It's hard to always be clear about what you're saying. Talking about this stuff for hours and every day. Let's cut him some slack this time. No, they don't. No one. No slack. No slack. No one cuts me any slack. You immediately you notice the weakness, and that excites you, doesn't it? You see the weakness, and you're like, we must pounce. We're like animals. We smell the blood. Now it's time to go in for the kill. That's what you do, chat, don't you? Everyone just being like, yep, no, we do that. We do that. What did you say earlier when reading my comment? Okay, I do make an exception for King Uendo's typos. I must admit. Because King Uendo has been particularly vicious. It's a weakness. King Uendo has been particularly vicious about my certain things that I have or have not said. So because I believe in restorative justice. I believe in paying that back in kind. Don't want your ego getting out of hand. You should be thanking us. Okay, so you're doing me a favor by being mean to me and bullying me all the time. I see. Outrun making fun of Rob's flubs like he didn't say King Window to a voice chat full of people. It's the complete lack of humility for me. You know? Whatever, though. Whatever. Okay, well, friends, listen. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to take a little 5-minute break. I hope you stick around. Okay, I'm going to come back in 5 minutes, and we're going to talk about Russia and Ukraine and Taiwan and China and Palestine and Israel and all these important geopolitical stories going on right now. And we're going to make sense of all of it in like 5 minutes. So I hope you stick around, okay? Whenever a community member makes a flub, it's Rob's fault. That's just how it works. God damn. God damn it. Okay. I'll be back soon, okay, folks? Don't go anywhere, okay? I'll be right back. Please don't go anywhere. Don't leave. You're not allowed to leave. Don't leave. I'll talk to you soon. Okay. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Now I'm really in my element here. Really in my element here. So lost a couple of viewers, but the people that we want to stay, are still with us. So I brought this package of I get these little naan breads sometimes. These tiny little naan breads that I use to dip in hummus or whatever. Right now I have there was some fake seafood upstairs, the fake crab stuff, which you can make into a little seafood salad, which I was going to eat with my naan bread, but I opened this bag. And it smells funny. Original. It had kind of a glue smell. I feel like that's not good. Are you having a stroke? I don't think so. I don't think that I am. I wanted to say I'm here for my own free will. I'm not being held hostage. Okay, thank you, Octo Squiddies. I don't think I can eat these now. I don't know what's going on. It was a very strong smell of glue. It really smells like glue. Don't do it to yourself. I'm having enough stomach issues right now. I don't need to be eating this. Is this expired or possibly dangerous? I'm just going to try it anyways. Now is not a good time for me to be doing this.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Rob, people are fallible. Are people really capable of being political for a prolonged period of time? I feel like politics we support or organizations we build just grinds away at us every day, no matter how good the fight might be.
Croppo, thanks so much for the 2 months of tier 1. It's a big question. I do think it's true that trying to remain politically active, especially as if you count yourself as a radical, it's kind of designed to make us feel oppressed and designed to wear us down, right? Especially if we're trying to work within the system. So many people that I talk to that get involved in politics, with the NDP or whatever, on the activist side of the NDP, and they just get whatever hope or optimism that they have, or revolutionary optimism, just gets beat out of them immediately. Just gets completely beat out of them. So I definitely think that's that's a feature, not a bug. Definitely, of trying to be politically active in our system. Oh, thank you very much, Croppo. I would like to dig to that more. Let me just eat my bowl of baked crab meat here. There's a need to incorporate community care into organizing. Very true, Tiniest Boop. Although that's obviously very draining as well for anyone that does it. It's like every part of the system is designed to beat the left out of you and into submission. For absolutely, yeah. Of course, if you get into right-wing organizing, there's this endless slush fund of billionaire money that you have access to. If you're trying to overthrow the system, you have none of that. You have to do it on your spare time while you're struggling to survive in the meantime. NDP ideas tend to be really popular until election day when liberal propaganda takes hold regarding fear of conservatives. Yeah, just time and time again. And the NDP don't do enough to really make themselves out to be that option. And any activists that do work within the NDP to try and push the NDP in that direction run up against this like complete brick wall of the NDP establishment that has no interest in doing any of that. Okay. That was good. I'm refreshed. I would have liked to eat that with my naan bread, but okay. I guess that's just not in the cards for me right now. I really am envious of how the Republicans treat their young members. Like any 20-year-old who wants to be the king of racism is the next Madison Cawthorn. Yeah. Exactly. They fold these radicals into their establishment, right? And they encourage that because it gives them this credibility. If you're a left-wing radical, like the NDP or the Democratic Party wants nothing to do with you. They're like, please shut the fuck up. If you want to be part of us, you have to start shutting the fuck up immediately about all this stuff that you're talking about Israel right now. No, thank you. Stop talking about this. You're only going to hurt us. You're just hurting us by talking about Israel. You're just hurting us by talking about redistributing wealth. You're just hurting us by talking about anti-imperialism. You got to knock that off. And the conservative movement is just like, you can talk about whatever like weird anti-Semitic globalist conspiracy. You can talk about that all day. Whatever weird globalist conspiracy theory, Alex Jones thing. You're going to vote with us on the low taxes, right? Yes? Good to go then. Good. Whatever you need. Say whatever you want. Say whatever you want to get the donations and get people to pay attention to you. Vote with us on the tax cuts and we'll get there. You think the government should do things for people? Yeah, out of bounds. Out of bounds. Yes, exactly. You talk about the globalists and then cut their taxes so they have more power. Consistent ideology. Well, that's because the globalists are like blue-haired, they, them, Starbucks baristas. You want Trump to get elected if you criticize the Dems in any meaningful way. You love Russia. Why do you love Russia? Why are you being paid by Russia to say this? Yeah, the famous progressive corporation, Disney, woke corporation. They included a scene in Lightyear of a same-sex family for literally 6 seconds of screen time. Now it's a woke communist corporation. Yeah, they just use globalists as a dog whistle for Jewish people, where real globalists like MNCs are Boeing and McDonald's. Yeah, and it's such a backwards way of doing anything, where you frame people like George Soros as a globalist, which is basically part of the fixation on Soros is like part of the whole Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy theory. And framing people like George Soros as some kind of like a socialist or whatever, someone who's using his funds to bring socialism. Literally someone who made billions of dollars through anti-communism, who made billions of dollars in helping overthrow the Soviet Union and profited personally immensely from that. He's described as the woke communist that's fundraising these fucking liberals who, you know, are basically conservatives themselves. Yeah, I know Mo Pen wrote a book about this as well, yeah. Yeah, blaming like the Israel lobby for the financial crisis, if I remember correctly, something like that. You can't even argue with people that willfully stupid. It's just wasting your time. They'll inevitably choke to death on some benign household object. Yeah, I mean, like, not only can you not talk to them, but you're not going to appeal to them by just using slurs. You're not going to just magically you're just going to throw trans people under the bus, assume that all LGBTQI issues are like liberal decadence, and then these people are going to just immediately start listening to everything you have to say. They're not interested in anything you have to say. You're not actually like appealing to anybody by doing this. Like the Nazis blaming one Jewish-owned bank instead of all the German-owned banks, that also fucked up the economy. Yeah, for sure. So all this time thinking about a title for this next segment, I still don't feel like I'm quite there. Is it just this? Is it just this, the title? Am I overthinking it? Is it just Da X Zone? Is that just what I have to do when it's gaming or whatever else? Is it as simple as that? I'm here to tell you yes. Okay. Good. Very good. What about the Rob Rousseau Pooh Crew? I don't think I'm going to be going with that, no. I don't think I'll be going with that. The Depot? What about this is more serious. Okay, this is the fun. This is the fun title. This is the fun title. This is the serious title. Okay, that was the fun title. This is the serious. What do we think? This is fine. This is fine. Let's go with this. I'm just going to get rid of my bowl here and I'll be ready to go. What about navigating geopolitics lighthearted? Just to really make it clear. Just to make it clear, we like to have a little fun. But I mean, look at me. Fucking look at me. Right? This is already, you can tell that it's fun by just looking at the host. It's like kind of what is this, like a boring, like academic thing? And oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy. This guy's not boring. This is very exciting, actually. Just need a beach background. That's true. That would be good, too. Okay. So where to begin? I guess probably a good place to begin is the Roger Waters interview, isn't it? I think that's probably a damn fine place to begin. The Roger Waters interview that was on CNN. And I got a lot of stuff saved that's about a whole all bunch of different sort of various geopolitical flashpoints. Wait, maybe that's better. What about this, though, as a title? What about this? What about this? Is this good? Is this something? Am I overthinking this? I've been stun locked on this title for literally hours so far. Okay, how about this? How about this even more? You ready for this? Okay. This is good. Here we go. Okay. Good. Finished. We're finished now. Your company name here. You could pay big bucks to advertise in this spot. I'm seeing my viewers just drop, by the way, while I'm doing this. Oh, but with the propaganda thing, I also have that mentioned at the bottom. I feel like that's too much now. It's a fucking disaster. Where's Roger? Here he is. If you can't handle Rob at his figuring out the title, you don't deserve him at his talking about the title. It's not it either. Oh no. Oh my goodness. I'm not quite there. I'm almost there. I'm working on a sponsor for this segment. Yeah, maybe the CIA, our mutual or employer, can gift some subs every now and then. How about that, Mr. Cypher? Sir? Okay, you know what? Morgan likes Lenin. I like what you're thinking. Here we go. This is what we're going with. Final answer. Okay, good. We're finished now. Finished. No more. That's it. We got it. We're moving on now. We're moving on from this. So again, a number of things going on at the same time right now in terms of these geopolitical flashpoints. Mainly what we've been talking about lately over the last couple of weeks, and especially over this weekend, is Taiwan, Ukraine, and now I'm leaving something out, and Israel-Palestine, because obviously Israel is bombing Gaza yet again. So a lot of these things coming up right now, and I think we can talk about all this kind of stuff. And Dave, don't. Why don't you like Roger Waters? I do like Roger Waters. I do like Roger Waters. That's why I'm watching this interview where he correctly sort of engages in this process of debunking this kind of like Western media narrative and establishment propaganda. Can we get the title Center Justified? No, we cannot. I think it's better like this. The way they framed this interview and the general show covering it, it was appalling. Yeah, well, a lot of it was appalling. So let's look at this interview. We can talk about it later. And after that, we can look at the bits of the interview that were edited. And he's literally calling them propaganda, and they're saying, "Oh, you crazy old Roger." And they're literally engaging in that exact process. Let's look at this.
Ukraine, for a start, that is a huge crime. Why won't the United...
Fuck. This is not... this is the Max Blumenthal version that he shared. It starts a little bit differently, though. And it's interesting, Roger Waters and like in the whole boomer rock generation had this hollow politics, right? This incredibly hollow politics that was kind of based in this sort of revolutionary aesthetic.
Don't forget 23. They're not encircling Taiwan.
Okay. I think I got to go back to the original one. The original clip that I saw had provided some additional context to this. Let's just go with this though. But so many of that generation, some of these like rock guys, they had this kind of false revolutionary aesthetic, right? And Roger Waters is someone that has absolutely stuck to those principles for like now decades, and is an unapologetic, I think, advocate for anti-imperialism. And I think that's really impressive, the way he's managed to stick to this kind of line in terms of criticizing imperialism and also unapologetically defending countries that are victims of imperialism, whether it's Venezuela, whether it's Ukraine also a victim of imperialism as well. Not Russian imperialism, but Western imperialism, as he calls out. Israel, like a very unapologetic critic of Israel and Zionism, takes a lot of shit for him as well, and doesn't care. No. So a boomer with actually has coherent and what could be described as radical politics, because they're very, as we see in this interview, they're very far outside the mainstream. So if I remember correctly, it starts with him talking about this imagery from Roger Waters' concert that says "war criminal just getting started" and shows an image of Biden. Of course, that was very offensive to the CNN interviewer here. He is a Giga Chad, yeah. He's perfected the Chad yes. We talk about giving the Chad yes in these questions about geopolitics, or these questions about foreign policy or imperialism, and they try to get you right. Why don't you support Ukraine? Why don't you support? Do you support North Korea? Do you support Assad? And he's just the Chad yes. Roger Waters has mastered this. Yes. It's freeing to do it, right? And Roger Waters is someone with a huge platform who engages in this kind of rhetoric.
Well, he's fueling the fire in the Ukraine, for a start. That is a huge crime. Why won't the United States of America encourage Zelensky, the president, to negotiate, obviating the need for this horrendous war that's killing.
You're blaming.
We don't know how many Ukrainians.
But you're blaming the party that got invaded. Come on, you've got it reversed.
And he's not. That's not true. He's not blaming the party that got invaded. He's blaming Joe Biden and Western imperialism. He's literally saying the war is horrendous. All wars are horrendous. All wars are unjust. Horrible, terrible things happen in every war. He's not at all saying it's Ukraine's fault. He's literally saying it's Joe Biden's fault. It's the West's fault. He's literally laying the blame at the people that have been fanning these flames for the last 10 years in Ukraine and have been arming and funding these militias in eastern Ukraine to fight in this war in the Donbass for now 10 years. That's who he's correctly identifying as the party that have contributed to this exact situation that led to the invasion of Ukraine. I know, like we were talking about when it comes to our understanding of the past and context about how all that vanishes and the war in Ukraine only started for fucking propagandists like this guy. The war only started in, February 2022. But as Roger Waters understands, there's been a lot of context and a lot of geopolitical machinations that have led to that happening in the first place, which mainstream media is completely allergic to talking to. So literally not saying, oh, it's Ukraine's fault, they're the ones that got invaded, but blaming America correctly, blaming NATO, blaming Western imperialism for fanning these flames and provoking, I think deliberately provoking this invasion.
That's any war, when did it start? What you need to do is look at the history, and you can say, well, it started on this day. You could say it started in 2008. Okay, this war is basically about the action and reaction of NATO pushing right up to the Russian border, which they promised they wouldn't do when Gorbachev negotiated the withdrawal of the USSR from the whole of Eastern Europe.
When you say this, then I have to say...
I mean, this is all true. And this is what I talked about on this show prior to the invasion even happening in the first place. And I've admitted many times that I was someone that I'm automatically skeptical about any narrative that comes out in mainstream media about foreign enemies and all the talk about an impending invasion. I didn't really believe that precisely because it was coming from people like this who are liars and propagandists, people in the intelligence community. And I was wrong about this. And many people were wrong about this, whether Russia was going to go ahead and go through with this invasion. But one thing that I was talking about right in the lead up to this invasion, which I stand by, and which I've tried to continue to articulate, which is that the actions of NATO and the American government and the Canadian government in Ukraine over the last 10 years and leading up to the invasion, any single country in the world in the position that Russia is in would view those actions as a direct threat to their security. I didn't think Russia would go through with this invasion, but I still stand by that reasoning. That any country, especially the United States, would look at what NATO was doing and what the United States government had been doing in Ukraine for the last 10 years and say, this is a threat to our security. And indeed, as people like John Mearsheimer and even people like Henry Kissinger were warning, Russia was very not shy about saying, this is a red line. This is a red line for us, all of this. Not only just expanding NATO right up to our border, but fucking with Ukraine, putting in a pro-Western government in Ukraine, trying to get Ukraine in NATO. That's a red line for us. And we're gonna have to respond eventually. And they just keep going. They keep pushing past this red line, continue pushing and pushing. And then when this invasion happened, they say, the unprovoked, unjust Russian invasion, and all the context is completely just immediately goes away. It's ridiculous. And again, I don't think it justifies invading a country. I don't think any war is justified. The war in Ukraine is horrendous. It's a atrocity. But the reality is, no country would just stand idly by while Western imperialists in NATO and the U.S. government were just openly interfering politically in their closest neighbor, what used to be their closest ally in the Soviet Union, with the intention of eventually parking missiles and nukes in the country, no one in the world would say, like, we're totally okay with this. We're totally fine with this. And while I don't agree with an invasion and a war that kills thousands of innocent people and all the horrible things that happen in a war, it is also true that Russia did try to. They took 10 years to get to this point, and they did try to engage in diplomacy, and that led to like the Minsk agreements, which was never followed by Ukraine. And I'm sure there was an appetite in Ukraine to follow these agreements, but obviously, since Zelensky campaigned in Ukraine on restoring peace in the Donbass and following these agreements and then immediately backtracked on that, obviously it was never really even an option, because it's not about, what average Ukrainians want. It's about what NATO wants and what the West want. And what they wanted is more weapons going into the Donbass, more training of these militia groups, more war, more destabilization, which could affect Russia, with the possibility of eventually turning it into kind of like an Afghanistan style or a Vietnam style quagmire for the Russian government. So Russia did try to engage in diplomacy for years and was just rebuked every single time. And like, the reality is that's exactly why Roger is correct in assigning blame to NATO and to the United States and to the Canadian government and all these Western governments that participated in this. This is their war just as it is just as much as it's Putin's war. And I'm sorry, but that's just the reality. Russia was also a victim of the West for 10 years after the USSR. Yeah, and Ukraine. And Ukraine was a victim. Like we talked, after the fall of the Soviet Union, the quality of life and an achievable living standard in Ukraine completely collapsed. And it became one of the poorest, most corrupt countries in all of Europe, and remains so to this day. Which is exactly why, it's ridiculous when people try to suggest that the war in Ukraine is about protecting Ukrainian democracy and sovereignty and all this stuff. It has never been about that. And like I've been saying numerous times, whether it's with this or with Taiwan, it's completely childish. It's fucking childish to assume that anything that America is doing in Ukraine or Taiwan has anything to do with protecting sovereignty and democracy and human rights. They wanted Ukraine to be a Western satellite state rather than a neutral state, just as they want Taiwan to be a Western colony as well. They don't want them to be independent. They don't want to be sovereign. Come on, that's childish to believe that's why America is getting involved in these things, because they just want to. America cares so much just about protecting the little guy. That's what America cares about. I've seen tweets from other prominent streamers and commentators suggesting that anyone that talks about Ukraine in this way, you like that Ukrainians are dying and you want more Ukrainians to die, which is literally the opposite of the truth. The people that have been arguing for more hostility, more weapons transfers, more war, fight to the last Ukrainian, etc., those are the people that are like relishing in all the dead Ukrainians. And the people that want more, that think that there should be diplomacy, that there should be dialogue, and they can stop the war, they're the ones who actually want less collateral damage, less dead Ukrainians. But this is how backwards and everything is, and how flipped everything has become. That when you argue for diplomacy and you argue for understanding and peace, you get described as someone that wants more dead people, which is the opposite of reality. And the people that have been cheering on this like quagmire, turning this into a big protracted insurgency, they're the ones that apparently want to protect Ukraine. It's fucking preposterous. Anyway, let's go back to the clip with Roger Waters. But Roger correctly identifying Western imperialism, the Biden administration, and NATO as being the primary drivers of this conflict, and in the weeks and months and years leading up to the conflict taking place, and Russia then escalating the conflict with this invasion, which is completely. The idea, the fact that it just even aired on CNN in this edited form is actually shocking because of how it's completely it seems like it's totally illegal to even ever discuss this on any kind of mainstream media platform. Bleed Russia to the last Ukrainian. We totally care about Ukrainian lives, by the way. At least the young women and children we can then traffic. Yeah. So many lives frothing at the mouth. It makes me think these sickos really do enjoy this at a deep level because it's a source of conflict in their cushy lives. They can do their sports stuff with gaming out the war, etc. They can hate on Russians in a socially acceptable way. Yeah. Totally. Like the thing with Taiwan, like I was saying the other day, or Ukraine, it's like they're the ones that have to live there. All these cowboys in the West that are like, keep pushing. Don't back down from these autocrats and authoritarians. Keep pushing. Keep escalating. Keep fanning the flames. They're not the ones that have to fucking live in these countries or these places. Because as we know, Taiwan is not a country. But they don't have to live there. They don't have to deal with the consequences of any of this stuff. It's the actual folks that live there that have to deal with this. There was a Reddit post calling for a boycott of Waters' music. Yeah, not surprising because this is what he does anytime one of these incidents happens. Roger correctly identifies the guilty parties. And because that's so foreign in our media discourse and our political discourse that it breaks people's brains, just as this interview did. Let's get back to this talk.
What about our role as liberators? You of all people.
You have no role as liberators.
Sir. God, I've made it 102 into this interview. These people, man, our role as liberators. Our role as liberators. The United States of America. Does anyone believe, again, I've been saying it's childish. It's childish to still believe this. I understand if you're a paid propagandist like this man is, but people really do believe this, though. That's the sick thing. Our role as liberators. You fucking break. And Roger continues to say some incredibly true and correct things here. We're John Wayne. That's it.
World War II? World War II? You
got into World War II because
Come on.
Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor. You were completely isolationist until that sad, that devastating,
I would argue we
awful
were
day
always going to get in, and that pushed us.
Sure you were.
But thank God the United States got in. Right? You lost your father in World War II. Thank God the United States.
But thank God the Russians had already won the bloody war almost by then. Don't forget, 23 million Russians died protecting you and me from the Nazi menace.
And you would think the Russians would have learned their lesson from war and wouldn't have invaded Ukraine.
Well, you with all your reading, I would suggest to you, Michael, that you go away and read a bit more. And
I hate the laughter too. This condescending prick, this guy, because this man is just spewing complete facts, like just exposing this for being just all the hypocrisy and all the lies. And this guy's only response is, "Oh, that crazy old Roger," right? That's his response to all of these things that he's saying. No, he has no actual way of interrogating any of these things that he's saying.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh, crazy old Roger's at it again. Cypher Shadow Dragon. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I think this is a good point, James. I also feel like this is just going back to the let Janine Garofalo talk about why she doesn't support the Iraq War playbook. Have some artist on TV so you can yell at them and present their stance as naive and non-serious. The choice of Roger is very deliberate. It's the same playbook. Yeah, it's true. And like Janine Garofalo, when she was making these arguments, and all these out-of-touch celebs were all correct. They were all proven correct. Way more correct than any of the propagandists in media or in the government. Janine Garofalo had a more serious foreign policy stance than any of these motherfuckers. And yeah, it was treated as just this out-of-touch liberal, not even challenged anything you say, but just you present their words, which are just completely factual. And it's just so outrageous that the audience is supposed to get the message themselves, right? That it's just like, oh, look at this crazy person. Like that's what he's doing. Not engaging in any way with what he's saying. The Russians defended us from the Nazi menace. They protected you and me. Zero engagement with that whatsoever. Thank you, Jerk Derbkin, for the 18 months of Tier 1. Thank you, Jerk Derbkin. Yeah, remember in World War II, we swept in, took all the credit, and rebuilt the entire world to our economic advantage. Or, yeah, we're heroes, baby. Or, as I've been talking about, literally protected fascism. Fascism was like being destroyed by the Soviet Union, led by Joseph Stalin, and literally protected it. Protected it and then helped it grow once more. And actually helped continue this program of global economic conquest and military conquest based in anti-communism and global capitalist domination, using whatever ruthless methods were at our disposal, literally incorporating fascism back into our own movement and pivoting right back towards fighting the very people that just bled and died defeating fascism. We protected fascism and then allowed it to grow and flourish even more and allowed it to return. You know, you're in a serious discussion about U.S. foreign policy when World War II enters the conversation. Absolutely. Yeah, like funneling Nazis into the U.S. through the rat lines after the war. No, that's crazy talk. Or into organizations like NATO. And just laughter is all he's got. Yeah, that's all he's got.
And then try and figure out what the United States would do if the Chinese were putting nuclear-armed missiles into Mexico and Canada.
Which they should. I would support that, by the way. I would support that. Like, I understand that analogy, trying to make these people understand, like, what that means. But if China was putting nuclear weapons into Canada and Mexico, I would support it and think it was good, just to be clear. Just to be totally clear about this. Putting fascists into power in West Germany and Japan. Absolutely. And then immediately launching the Korean War. Putting former Japanese colonialists back in charge of the security state in South Korea. Launching a massive war after the North invades their own country that's been artificially and arbitrarily partitioned. And then launching a genocidal mass murder campaign in Korea that kills 4 million Koreans and destroys every single bit of infrastructure in the entire nation. And then moving on to Vietnam and killing an additional couple million Vietnamese, killing a couple additional million Indonesians, then going into Latin America and overthrowing Allende and overthrowing the Brazilian government and fucking going into Guatemala and Iran and all these other countries and propping up right-wing dictators. Yet the memory of the war is long in Russia, as it should be, and they're very wary of fascist empires setting up shop on the border, and I think that's pretty understandable. Like, I think that's pretty understandable. That's an understandable position.
The Chinese are too busy encircling Taiwan.
God, every single fucking thing this guy says. China is encircling Taiwan. China is encircling Taiwan. And again, where are U.S. military bases? Where are the U.S. military bases located? You look at China. You see military bases in the Philippines. You see military bases in South Korea, Okinawa. Literally encircling China militarily with U.S. military bases. And now he is the Chad, yes, guy. That's what I'm saying, yes. And then you have China encircling literally their own country, who the United States' own government and own policy recognizes is their own country. Yeah, U.S. military bases literally encircling China is what I'm talking about. And they're saying they're literally encircling Taiwan. And similar to how the Russia has no interest in allowing Ukraine to become grounds for a possible invasion of Russia and do not want nukes and missiles aiming at their country through Ukraine. Similarly, Taiwan has also been used as a staging ground for the invasion of China on multiple occasions, including by Japan, and have no interest in allowing Taiwan to be this like Western satellite state where they park their military bases and aim nukes at their country. Any country would view that as a security threat. When you have the foremost imperialist military power literally trying to foster this independence movement in Taiwan with the intention of further militarily encircling China and having missiles and nukes aimed at them. Yes, they're encircling Taiwan, Hong Kong,
some leftist based
Xinjiang,
in Canada.
Tibet. It's weird how they encircle their own border.
Individual, and I found this.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for the raid, Jeff. I appreciate that. Welcome. Welcome, Jeff Waldorf. I appreciate the raid a lot. Bring it on and get in here, raiders. Get in here. Second time I've raided here today. Well, it sounds like God wants you to be here. I think it's a sign from God that you need to be part of this community. China? Oh, you mean West Taiwan? God, that's the most cringe thing. Jesus Christ. Encircling Taiwan, though. They're literally encircling Taiwan. And as I talked about with the whole Pelosi visit, it's not hard to understand the sort of geopolitical implications of that when China has repeatedly said over and over and over again, don't fucking come to Taiwan. We consider it a threat. We consider it a provocation. We consider it a violation of the One China policy. And then they do it anyway, and then simultaneously lecture China about overreacting and about how it's not actually a change to those things, which it clearly is, and then frames their reaction as being this like hostility. Oh, they're firing missiles, folks. Oh my goodness, these hostile Chinese military operations encircling Taiwan like this. You know? It's so preposterous the way this happens.
Canada. The Chinese are too busy encircling Taiwan as we speak. Okay?
They're not encircling Taiwan. Taiwan is part of China. And that's been absolutely accepted by the whole of the international community since 1948. And if you don't know that, you're not reading enough. Go and read about it.
Okay.
The original Chad Yes guy. He's encircling Taiwan. What? Read a fucking book. And I wish I could see the original clip of this that I watched, because when he calls them propaganda, and they're like, well, you're calling it propaganda. Is that in the like edited version? The U.S. is encircling Iowa. That's right. And I actually am an Iowan independence activist as well, so I unironically believe that. The People's Republic of Iowa will be free. It will be established. This is one of my foremost political opinions. Illinois will defend itself against Iowan terror. Yeah, the DPR Texas, the PRI. The breakup of the United States will be the juiciest of self-owns to ever happen since the breakup of the British Empire. Like I've said before, it's like obviously the West is in decline right now and the U.S. empire is in decline. That doesn't mean they're not still very, very powerful. You know? And they are. They have the ability to wage war and wage military warfare and economic warfare all around the world still, and will have this ability for some time, regardless of their state of decline. I do think we will probably in our lifetime see the actual country start to come apart like this, though. Just wait till the UK breaks apart. That's going to be delicious. That is going to be very delicious. Let me see if I can find the rest of this interview with Roger. Because the one I saw originally was different than this, and I'm wondering if that's the CNN version or if that's the like prior to the editing version, prior to the propaganda. I don't know anymore. When's Roger coming on TRRS? I do. Okay, this is the full interview. Okay, let's look at that. Thank you, Quaker Oats guy. And remember, everyone, eat your oats. Okay, Quaker Oats guy is in here constantly trying to get us to understand this. Eat your oats, and I'm not asking. Neither is Quaker Oats guy. Let's see if this is going to work.
On Pink Floyd co-founder Roger Waters' current solo tour, instead of turning down the politics, he's amping them up to 11. Last time out, he preached against Donald Trump and in favor of Palestine. This tour, twice delayed by COVID and ominously titled "This Is Not a Drill," includes references to police murdering black men.
His show is really cool too. It's his live show. I haven't seen it live, but I've seen like the footage of it, and it's really fucking spectacular.
Semi-automatic weapons and abortion, and giant video screens in the shape of a cross. Waters guitarist Jonathan Wilson has explained why Waters' tour differs from those of fellow older classic rockers. Quote, "Even the Stones or members of the Beatles, it's more of a trip down memory lane than it is a current show. The activism, that's sort of the key to the whole thing." As a longtime fan of Waters' music who doesn't always agree with his messaging, I wanted to ask him about his mix of performing
They're like people that like
and
Rage
preaching.
Against the Machine.
Things got a bit
When did
animated.
Roger Waters go so woke?
So here's the quote, as I understand, that begins the show.
If you're one of those, I love Pink Floyd, but I can't stand Roger's politics, people, you might do well to f*** off to the bar.
You might do well to F off to the bar right now. At the outset of the show?
Yeah.
Because?
You don't know?
Because it's a really good way to start the show. But apart from anything else, it sets a few things straight.
He looks great too. What is he in his 70s?
Well,
I mean, I guess he's very
also
wealthy. That's part of it. But like,
a lot of
man,
the people who have come to the show, because they
looks
have
fantastic.
listened to everything I've written since 1965 or whenever I started writing songs. So they do know what my politics are, and they do understand where my heart is, and they understand sort of why I'm there. But maybe it also gives a message to people who don't want to be there, in which case them effing off to the bar is probably not a bad idea. Except that you never know, those people, if they sit in a community like my audience is on these shows of This Is Not a Drill on this tour, there is such a great feeling of communication in that room between me and the audience, and between us combined with all our brothers and sisters all over the world.
And we're gonna get to Smirkonish. Not only was he a big supporter of George W. Bush, correct me if I'm wrong, he was actually part of the George W. Bush administration. But no, he's got big problems with the political messaging. Yeah, he supports Palestine. Can you believe that? Oh, he said these good positive things about Palestine. This motherfucker was literally part of the Bush administration. And Waters eventually calls him a propagandist and calls CNN propaganda. And he's like, well, it's not. You describe it as propaganda. It is literally propaganda when there's a open door policy between the government, whether it's the liberal or conservative party that are in power, and the media establishment, and they go back and forth between these two worlds. Yeah, that's the fucking definition of it. We're gonna get to that though.
Irrespective of who they are, where they live, their ethnicity, their religion, their nationality, or anything else. Because if This Is Not a Drill has a message, it is that we have to communicate one with the other.
To the guy who says, shut the F up, play the hits, do you want him, as long as he doesn't shout it out,
That's
do you
Michael.
want him in the arena?
I don't not want him there, so long as he doesn't annoy the people who do understand what's going on. I want his money. I'm happy for him to
But I'm saying, like, do I have to buy in? Does a person in the crowd have to buy in to the message? I've always loved the music.
Right.
Some of the message.
I'm happy for him to
But I'm saying, like, do I have to buy in? Does a person in the crowd have to buy in to the message?
This fucking wanker is what he's thinking. Can I just listen to the music and not pay attention to any of the stuff about Palestine or imperialism or capitalism? Can't I just listen to like money and all that stuff and just enjoy the interesting time signature and bluesy guitar playing and not really think about anything that's going on after beyond that? He's like, no, you can't. Yes, you do have to buy in. Yes, you do.
I've always loved the music.
Right.
Some of the messages I can buy into and some I can't.
I've only got one message. Two strangers passing in the street, by chance two passing glances meet, and I am you and what I see is me. That is my message. And that was on Medal, which was in 1970. And basically, my message hasn't changed. I recognize your humanity, but I recognize all the Russians and the Chinese.
Oh boy, you can't say that. I don't recognize his humanity. And that's why Roger is better than me. I do not recognize this man. This man is a demon. This man is a demon. He's demonic. I don't recognize his humanity at all, but credit to Roger for recognizing it.
And the Ukrainians, and the Yemenis, and the Palestinians changed. I recognize your humanity, but I recognize all the Russians and the Chinese, and the Ukrainians, and the Yemenis, and the Palestinians.
Are you an equal opportunity offender on this tour? Here's why I ask. I remember the last tour. Of course, I came and watched. Very much, about Trump. And in the current show, you've got a montage of war criminals, according to you, and a picture apparently of President Biden.
Yeah, it's kind of like they're all part of the same bipartisan consensus, sir. Maybe you might be onto something there. Perhaps there are similarities between the Republican president and the Democratic president. I wonder. Oh boy, I wonder what a radical idea that would be. Boy, this Roger guy is really bringing the heat. You were criticizing Trump when he was president. Now you're criticizing Biden. This is just outrageous. My fucking brain just can't even comprehend this. How outrageous this is. Now I agree that the orange man is bad, but you think that Brandon is also bad. It's just, he just can't wrap his mind around it. He cannot wrap his mind around this idea.
On the screen, and it says, just getting started.
And here gets into the section we were talking about.
President Joe Biden?
Yeah.
Well, he's fueling the fire in the Ukraine for a start. That is a huge crime. Why won't the United States of America encourage Zelensky, the president, to negotiate, obviating the need for this horrendous war that's killing.
You're blaming.
We don't know how many Ukrainians.
But you're blaming the party that got invaded.
And once again, we already went over this. Like, no, he's not. You literally started this conversation talking about why is Biden a war criminal, and he points to Ukraine and Biden's role in promoting the Ukraine conflict and encouraging it. And then says you support Ukraine being in, like, you're blaming the victim when they're quite literally talking about America and American imperialism and the American president. But remember though, with Biden, it's not just Biden overseeing the conflict escalating this year, but it's also when Biden was vice president under the Obama administration. That is when the Euromaidan happened, and when the pro-Western government was put into place, and when the corrupt but neutral party was undemocratically kind of removed in this color revolution in the Maidan. That happened while Joe Biden was vice president. Joe Biden has played a direct role in creating this exact situation from moment one. From the collapse of the Soviet Union, Joe Biden was also there, contributing to the American war machine and destabilizing and overthrowing the Soviet Union, also undemocratically. He was there in the Euromaidan protests, and he's there today when the invasion kicks off. So yeah, does deserve a direct amount of the blame for this war escalating, which this man obviously doesn't understand this concept. I can't believe the Nazis were invaded by the USSR. You got to be pro-Nazi. That's right. That's right.
Come on, you've got it reversed.
Well, that's you know, any war, when did it start? What you need to do is look at the history, and you can say, well, it started on this day. You could say it started in 2008. Okay, it's this war is basically about the action and reaction of NATO pushing right up to the Russian border, which they promised they wouldn't do when Gorbachev negotiated the withdrawal of the USSR from the whole of Eastern Europe.
When you say this, then I have to say, what about our role as liberators?
That sounds like whataboutism.
You have no...
That's, sir, that sounds like whataboutism. When Roger talks about the U.S.'s role in propagating this, and then you say, well, what about World War II? That's whataboutism, sir. That's a Russian disinformation tactic, sir. We know this. We know this.
Withdrawal of the USSR from the whole of Eastern Europe.
When you say this, then I have to say, what about our role as liberators? You of all people,
you have no role as liberators.
World War II. World War II. You
got into World War II.
What about World War II? That's the ultimate American whataboutism. What about World War II?
You were completely isolationist until that's sad. That devastating.
I would argue we were always
going
to get in, and that pushed us in. But thank God the United States got in. Right? You lost your father in World War II. Thank God the United States.
But thank God the Russians had already won the bloody war almost by then. Don't forget, 23 million Russians died.
Americans just straight up don't know this.
You and me
or Canadians.
The Nazi menace.
Hey, and you would think the Russians would have learned their lesson from war and wouldn't.
And immediately, this man has no answers. He has no answers to anything that Roger's saying here. Every time Roger puts up an interesting point, he pivots to something else. He's like, actually, the Russians won the war, and we should be thanking them. We should be getting on our fucking hands and knees and thanking the Red Army for defeating the fascist menace. And immediately, rather than interrogating that in any way, or trying to understand that or trying to respond to it, immediately he's off somewhere else. Well, you think they should know better? They should know better. They should be allowing fascism to continue to amass on their border, and NATO armies massing and putting military bases and bringing missiles and nukes right onto their border. You'd think they would have learned. It's like, I think they did learn, actually. That's the ironic thing. I think they did learn that they're not going to allow that shit to happen, and they're not going to be invaded by one of these fucking countries. I think they did learn all too well that they're not going to allow that shit to continue. Didn't Russia learn their lesson when they defeated the Nazis? Yeah, I don't know what you're going on with that, sir.
Have invaded Ukraine.
Well, you
fair?
With all your reading,
no,
I would
it's not
suggest
fair.
You, Michael, that you go away and read a bit more, and then try and figure out what the United States would do if the Chinese were putting
once again no answer to this
nuclear-armed missiles into Mexico and Canada.
The Chinese are too busy encircling
no
Taiwan
answer.
as we
He's
speak.
right on to
They're
the next
not
thing.
Encircling Taiwan. Taiwan is part of China, and that's been absolutely accepted.
And he's just
by
laughing.
The whole of the
Look at his shit-eating grin.
community since 1948. And if you don't know that, you're not reading enough. Go and read about it.
Okay. Did we solve anything here today?
No. Well, yeah, we did.
Look at this smile, this grinning asshole.
You're believing your propaganda, your side's propaganda.
You're defining it as
Taiwan,
propaganda.
you cannot.
You're defining it as propaganda. Literally a former Bush administration press department person. The CNN who has there's never been a war or a coup that CNN hasn't enthusiastically supported.
Canada, I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Thank you very much, Marina Raid. Look at that. Thank you, Marina. I really appreciate the read. Thank you. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, seriously, just anytime Waters says something that's 100% correct, he just laughs and then pivots to the next fucking thing now. What is this last part here?
No, well, yeah, we did. Well, I mean, no, we didn't.
I mean,
you're believing your propaganda, your side's propaganda.
You're defining it as
Taiwan.
propaganda.
You're defining it as propaganda. Yeah, again, no, literally, CNN's journalism when it comes to these foreign policy affairs is literally just taking press releases from the State Department, the Defense Department, the American security state, and just going on TV and just reading out the press releases. That's their journalism that they do when it comes to these foreign policy issues. It's like the definitionally propaganda. Former administration officials, Republicans, conservatives, responsible for wars and invasions and whitewashing these wars and invasions. You're calling it propaganda? Whoa. And just the grin, just the shit-eating grin at the same time. He looks at Waters like he's an alien. All these things that Waters is saying. That's what I kind of mean before, or how we were talking about Janine Garofalo. Like, they just assume that everything that Waters is saying, no matter how true or accurate, is just so completely foreign to their audience that they don't even need to answer any of it. It's just like, look at this crazy man and the wild, wacky things he says. Just shaking his head and grinning at him like, wow, I can't believe. And just he knows correctly that he doesn't even need to bother to debunk it because their audience is just watching this and having the same reaction. Oh, crazy old Rogers at it again. Zero answers to anything Waters says and constantly just pivoting to the next thing that Waters then debunks. Look at his face. He's just looking at him like he's in a zoo. Like he's some kind of exhibit in a zoo. Just like, I can't believe this guy says this kind of stuff. It's wild. He just has no understanding of it.
You can't have a conversation about human rights and you can't have a conversation about Taiwan without
You know what? I disagree, James. I don't think they consider it that way. They know he's telling the truth, and they're just attempting to train their audience to disregard it because they need their audience to consent to the coming war they want. I don't think they do know that. I honestly think it's like that Chomsky thing. If you believe something else, you wouldn't be sitting here. These people do believe all this shit that they're saying. I don't think that they know that they're lying. I think they 100% are true believers, and they do consider it this way. I really do. When it comes to Israel, Palestine, when it comes to any of these geopolitical issues. They live in an ideological bubble. You know, you learn a lot about that, like reading like the Jakarta Method, for example, about these CIA guys. Like, did these CIA guys like know that they were just engaging in this anti-democratic mass murder campaign just at the behest of American capital? No, they were true believers. They were dedicated anti-communists and thought, they really truly believed that there was nothing that they could do that would be so horrible that the allowing communism to take root wouldn't be even a worse outcome. It was literally like better dead than red. They really believed this. And we can napalm a village full of kids. We can pay death squads to go run around raping and murdering people, murdering nuns and priests, villagers. There's no depth of depravity that we can't sink to because we know ultimately that communism is worse and communism is more evil than even that. So they really did believe this. And you can look into like these early CIA guys and their private journals and their interactions that they had with family members, like when they were not on their job, and they really believed this. They're true believers. The CIA doesn't do that sort of thing anymore. Obviously not, Mr. Cypher. I'm talking about the past, when the CIA was bad, and as we know, they don't do it anymore, obviously. Years ago, this is what it was like, though. So I don't agree. I don't think people like this are lying. They're not lying. Like they're believers. They believe this. And people that you go through these elite institutions, there's this pipeline of putting people in these elite prep schools and elite Ivy League schools to put them in this exact position. So they become the politicians, and they become the CEOs, and they become the journalists. They all come from the same class background. They go to the same schools. They get the same kind of education, steeped in anti-communism and supporting American imperialism. And then they get put in these positions. And then they're not lying. They're literally just saying the things that they believe. And that becomes part of the propaganda. I really do believe that. Obviously, there's lying involved as well. I don't want to say that no one ever lies. Like, sure they do, but I think people really do believe all these stories that they tell themselves about American foreign policy. You can tell when our role as protectors, right? What about our role as protectors? Like, they believe this. They believe this about America. Do you think he doesn't know about Russia's role in World War II? He surely can't be that stupid. I don't want to speculate too much on what this guy believes or doesn't believe. I think most Americans are pretty ignorant about the role that Russia played in ending the war and defeating fascism. But they also all believe this double genocide theory as well. That the Russians defeated the Nazis, but they were also just as bad as the Nazis at the same time. You know, he knows the role that Russia played in defeating fascism, but he just thinks that the Russians were just as bad as the Nazis. Because they believe this anti-communist double genocide theory. Picked a good clip to get us all real mad. I thought so. And I got plenty more to get into. I'm even running low on time here. And we've been watching this clip for 5 minutes. I've been ranting and raving. Yeah, just pretend that fascists aren't just the exact opposite of communists. Yeah. Or that anti-communism isn't the central building block of fascism in both Italy and Germany and today modern fascism. Yeah, Saving Private Ryan is the only World War II history most Americans know. Yeah, that's what I mean. So the Russians played a role in defeating the Nazis, but we bailed them out. They were on the verge of losing, and then the heroic American cowboys came in and bailed them out. This is almost over. Let's watch the end of this. We got more to get to after.
Roger, if you're having a conversation about human rights, at the top of the list of offenders are the Chinese. Why is it always the Western world?
The top of your list.
Why is it
the
always
Chinese
the Western
didn't
world?
invade Iraq and kill 1 million
Americans.
people in 2003.
Americans.
In fact, as far as I can recall, hang on a minute.
Americans talking about the top of the list of human rights abusers is China. Are you fucking kidding me, sir? Are you fucking kidding me? And that's the Rogers reaction is the exact, I think, normal reaction to that fucking outrageous statement. That completely outrageous statement.
Always the Western world.
The top of your list.
Why is it
the
always
Chinese
the Western
didn't
world?
invade Iraq and kill 1 million people in 2003. In fact, as far as I can recall, hang on a minute, who have the Chinese invaded and murdered, slaughtered?
Their own.
Bollocks.
Okay.
That's absolute nonsense. Complete.
Their own. Just no answers. No actual details. No context. No actual facts to back up the statements you're making. Just vibes and laughter. And when he says bollocks, it's just, oh, the dipshit, shit-eating grin, smug prick laughter. That's his answer to all this stuff. Their own. List word, starvation doesn't count. List word, in 1949, I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole right now because I've talked about this a lot recently. In 1949, when the PRC was founded, the life expectancy for people in China was 35 years old. 35. Today, it is higher than the United States. Life expectancy, average life expectancy. And you're talking about committing human rights abuses against their own people? Christ. And in fact, this is a little bit of a sidebar here, but yeah, I'm talking about a specific time frame under Mao. And yeah, of course, there was famines. It's a country of at the 1.4 billion people that at the time of 1949 was incredibly poor, incredibly impoverished. Lo and behold, I don't think it's that easy to ensure that all of your 1.4 billion citizens are getting enough to eat in your like incredibly impoverished poor country. And it's actually a process. It's a long process of ensuring that you can deliver a high quality of life to absolutely everybody. So you letting your own people die. That's rich in and of itself. You let your people die if they can't pay for healthcare, and you recently voted against insulin copay caps. Who's killing whose populace again? Yeah. The American cops murdering people on the street every day, people dying of exposure and addiction and despair and overdosing on the streets. Does that count as as being cruel or committing human rights abuses against your own people? Does that count? I will tell you, this is a bit of a sidebar, but I had a little bit of a success because like this week, I spent a day hanging out with my my father-in-law, who's kind of this like, he's kind of like a stern, he's very liberal. He like loves Bill Maher, very anti-communist. So it has a weird mix of political opinions. And when he said this to me, I had some success with this line of reasoning. Because he started talking to me about Pelosi, the whole China thing. He was like, Nancy Pelosi, she's my new hero. Fucking China, Xi Jinping, piece of shit. And he was like, whatever, saying all kinds of reactionary stuff about China. And I had some success with the path of going like, well, and this is what I said. And it was it was an interesting reaction. I was like, I don't know. I'm pretty fascinated with China, actually. You know, you take a look at when the PRC, kind of what I was just saying, when you take a look at when the PRC was founded in 1949, the entire country is extremely poor, illiterate, no infrastructure, not really anything. They just lost 20 million people in World War II and the Civil War and all this stuff coming from this. And they were colonized and had all these like horrible things happening to them by the British and the Japanese. And then like now you see they're like building all these massive infrastructure projects. They're competing with the US economy. They're eliminating extreme poverty. They're building all these big, massive infrastructure programs of rail and all these amazing things. I was like, I don't know. I think that's kind of interesting and cool, frankly. And you could tell my father-in-law was just like, he had no idea how to respond to any of this. And I also said, like, because he knows about Iraq and he criticizes America all the time. And I was like, and now you have America, like, lecturing them, America who went into Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria and Libya, just killing people and bombing people. I don't really trust them to be making these kinds of decisions. And, you know, they don't build any kinds of these new infrastructure projects at home or anyone else in China. And he's like, yeah, and China's building like roads and stadiums and stuff like that. And I was like, yeah, that's exactly right. And then he just changed the subject shortly after. But like, I did have some success having a like normal conversation with someone and not trying not to be like preachy about it or not putting on my big China enjoyer thing. But it really I think it made a dent. You could tell he had no answer to anything that I was saying here. As a communist, you have to be ready to give a quick and succinct history lesson on any country in the world before you can start a basic conversation. Yeah, Korea as well. Anytime you talk about North Korea, it's like, well, you ever looked into the whole Korean War? And wow, there's some real nasty stuff that went on there. And, it's kind of understandable, I think, how they've been, that's how you have to engage in these conversations, not being preachy. My partner was not around at the time, so she wasn't able to see this, given it propagandizing people. But again, I was doing it in a way that was very just like, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of interested in this place. I think it's kind of fascinating. And just going into that history lesson, just that basic history lesson of like, here's where they were in 49. Here's where they are today. That's a pretty amazing accomplishment, actually. You can I think that can like do a lot to undo some of the programming that people have about what the media tells people to think about this. You know? And you don't have to be combative or call someone a reactionary or imperialist or whatever. You can kind of just, that was the stance the angle that I took, and it was actually pretty successful, I think. He really had no answer. He immediately changed the subject after he had no answer to this. That's why education is a major pillar in a communist movement. That's exactly right. Exactly right. I mean, it's another thing that I wanted to talk about while we're doing this struggle session and talking about Theo's political propaganda campaigns as well. I wanted to take a look at this tweet of mine that I was looking at on Thursday, the last day that I was live. This whole thing about Pelosi's Taiwan trip, and just this basic mild point that I was making about like how all this free press that we love to talk about, the free exchange of ideas, is not really all that accurate, and using China as an example, saying like you can't find positive news story about China. There's 100% bipartisan agreement in our mainstream media about China, ranging from China bad to China very bad. And so many of the comments to this were just completely proving this point. The amount of people that weighed into this tweet and being like, China is bad because this reason and this reason, and literally just like, or, you know, saying all kinds of things about me and completely like proving exactly everything that I was trying to say. There's some really interesting comments here. Let's see if the same ones are on the top as before. Oh yeah, like this one with featuring community member Marty, who had a great response here. This guy, 1945, FDR's Yalta trip has reminded me how glad I am to live in a liberal democracy with press freedom, where you could open a newspaper or turn on the radio and be exposed to a wide array of different ideas and perspectives, ranging all the way from Hitler bad to Hitler very bad. So right off the bat, just likening China to the Nazis. I wonder if the Western propaganda campaign has been working on this fellow, when your initial thing is just to compare them to Nazi Germany and Hitler. Hitler, by the way, who was famously supported by a lot of Western media, including the New York Times and others, and had a lot of support in terms of the business community and in actual citizenry as well. So completely not accurate at all. So a bad analogy and not even accurate at all. And then Outrun says, the Atlantic, New York Times, and nearly every paper in the United States uncritically wrote and oftentimes praised Hitler on his rise to power, dummy. Which I thought was a great response. I was talking to my cousin the other day when they came over the house for the first time in several years, and for a solid half hour, I was talking about how much good China is doing around the world and also how NATO is the aggressor. How did that go over, Sam? Were they receptive to that, or? Because you never know with that kind of thing. You never know. And this guy as well, Parker. China is actively firing missiles into the sea around Taiwan all week, and you have this take. So once again, this guy debunking my idea about Western propaganda and how it's been operating in this respect. When he's saying they're just firing missiles, why are they doing that? Well, this guy doesn't know. He doesn't know. Because they're aggressive. Because they're encircling Taiwan. They're just aggressively firing missiles into the ocean. No context. Nothing that happened prior to that matters. Nothing about the Pelosi's visit or any of the discourse around that has any context whatsoever. They're just firing missiles into the sea for no reason. But this man, of course, Parker, obviously immune to propaganda. Obviously, right? If someone tried to propagandize Parker with this kind of anti-China narrative, he would say, "No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm immune to propaganda." They're just firing missiles into the sea for no reason. Firing missiles into the water, more aggressive than a military base on your border, literally encircling you, as we've described. They were listening. They're Democrats, so they've been heavily propagandized too, but I think I made them think a bit about it. Well, sometimes that's all you can ask for. I think the way I outlined, the way that I approach these things, I think is a really effective way of talking about it. You know? I don't know. You know, I'm kind of interested in this place. Like, look back and let's look at the context a little bit. It's a really disarming way of talking about these things and getting people to question these narratives. I'm sorry, sir, have you forgotten the U.S. is conducting war games with the Japanese near the China Sea? I wonder why China would have that kind of response. They also do war games in the Korean Peninsula, which is intended to threaten both North Korea and China. Right? They have just endless right to build military bases, encircle these places, engage in these kind of military drills, have a top-ranking American official show up and start stoking these tensions. And then as soon as there's a response, that's a sign of aggression. And the fact that Parker believes this shit is a perfect example of how this propaganda campaign works. But we're liberators. Yeah, they just did a military exercise where they invade a North Korean home. And I believe they were doing an exercise where they were like threatening to kill, showing how they would kill the leader of the country. I went Fauci bad on some libs yesterday and you'd have thought I shat on their sofa. Oh boy. I wonder when those people will flush their $1,000 iPhones down the toilet because they were produced in China. Eventually we'll get there when we get to this more in this Red Scare. There was this guy, Kevin, of course, who was trying to bait me into some stuff and having his own meltdown in my mentions about this. And this guy says Montreal. What does that mean? I'm somehow not part of, there's not Western propaganda here as well. No, I think there is. I don't think that has anything to do with anything. There was one more guy that I wanted to look at. It might be in my bookmarks. Yeah, this guy, Chen Yen-han, goes to Georgetown. Says, excuse me for not liking the people's aircraft carriers and ICBMs, but make it aesthetically socialist. And again, I just got to wonder, what people like Chen here, do they think that China just shouldn't have an army? Is that it? It's not socialist when you build aircraft carriers and missiles. Once again, this is a country that has been invaded many times throughout its recent history by the Japanese, by the British. This is a country that's militarily encircled at all times by the most powerful military in the world. Encircled in South Korea, in Okinawa, in Taiwan, in the Philippines, in Asia Pacific, the United States military in Asia Pacific. And they're just not supposed to do anything. What would happen to China if China just, in order to please people like this, just said, well, we don't want to offend these Westerners who are critical of us by having an army. So let's just abolish let's abolish the PLA. Let's just dismantle and burn up all our missiles and all our guns and all our military equipment and our aircraft carriers. And they're just going to be left alone then? You think that's going to be a good thing for China?
And have good old Rob to
if they just abolish their whole military? Does these people not understand that these countries need to protect themselves from us? From Western imperialism? I honestly, I'm perplexed as to what people like Chen here think that China is supposed to do. If they just need to abolish their whole military. And whether they think that would be a good thing for China's continued development. Or what they think would happen if this came to pass. They would find, of course, Chen would abolish the military and then just push the socialism button. Having an army is socialism, that's right. It's socialism when you let the fascists invade you and take your resources. That's right. Progressive Canuck, thank you for the 12 months, Tier 1. 1 entire year of Tier 1 sub from Progressive Canuck. Thank you so much. Imagine what they're teaching about Georgetown. And this is what I was talking about, the elite institutions, the elite education institutions. Of course, that's why you go through these elite institutions and you end up believing this shit. And then you get positions in the US government, or you get positions at CNN or in the media. And you're not a lying propagandist because you believe this. You believe all this stuff about socialism and what socialism is and is not, and imperialism and what imperialism is or is not. But I'm genuinely wondering for people like Chen. I don't want to pick on Chen. I'm sure he's a nice young guy. I'm sure he is. But I'm genuinely perplexed about what people like Chen think China should be doing in this situation. Just if having an army makes you not socialist. I would go to Georgetown and simply never believe this stuff. And I agree with that, ephemeral friends. I believe you would. Marxist Jones, the supersession of the bourgeois state by the proletarian state is impossible without a violent revolution. The abolition of the proletarian state, i.e. of the state in general, is impossible except through the process of withering away. That's exactly what Lenin talks about as I talked about in my Alex Jones impression, my communist Alex Jones impression, which is that this is what Lenin talks about in State and Revolution in the chapter about the transition from capitalism to communism. And specifically says, we need you, as long as imperialism is a threat, you need to have a state. You need to have a state, and eventually it will go away. Eventually, when imperialism is defeated, the state will wither away. It will no longer be necessary. But for the foreseeable future, it's fucking very necessary. It is very, very necessary. And people don't seem to understand this. Let's look at some more stuff. Here's Gao Zikai, a former Chinese diplomat who once served as Deng Xiaoping's translator, talking about, on BBC, talking about the Taiwan Strait.
Allow me to emphasize one thing. The Chinese reunification of the two sides of the Taiwan Strait is the mega trend of our time. It will be achieved before Nancy Pelosi passes away. So she will live to see that big day of the Chinese national reunification.
Can I ask you
we
then,
want to do this. Allow me to emphasize one thing.
That's good stuff. And I look forward to the day when people like Nancy Pelosi have to reckon with this as well. In my first materials engineering course in an elite German uni, our professor showed a picture of some lions ripping apart an antelope and called it the market participators. Next up was a military propaganda video. Wonderful. Wonderful. What else do we got here? Of course, again, this is what these people believe. This is what the guy on CNN and what all these, when you go to one of these elite institutions, this is what you believe. You make maps like this. The democratic versus authoritarian countries. You make maps like this when you go to these institutions. This is so fucking racist, by the way. It's so fucking racist. The blue countries full of white people are the good countries. The red countries full of evil, authoritarian, black and brown people and Asian people. They're the scary, autocratic, authoritarian countries. Like you see how that worldview is fundamentally informed by white supremacy and by racism. Here's something I wanted to look at too, about negative views. Negative views of China have fluctuated over time in the U.S. There's been a consistent upward trajectory since 2018. Today, 82% of Americans have an unfavorable view of China, up 6 percentage points since last year. So when we're talking about this propaganda campaign, you can see the results of it here. Like, you can't deny that there's a massive anti-China Western propaganda campaign when you just look at public opinion like this. And one thing I was really struck by when I looked at this chart here is looking at the high point right here of like China favorability right in 2011. And remember, you can see when it starts to go down here, that's the exact moment that Obama and Joe Biden started the whole pivot to Asia. You see it, there's a high point of China favorability. That's the exact moment they make this pivot to Asia, which happens simultaneously through the U.S. government and the media establishment working hand in hand for this pivot to Asia narrative, and look what happens to the favorability right away. It just plunges. And then 2017, 2018 is when it really kicks into overdrive. That's when the whole Hong Kong operation starts. And then it's Hong Kong, Tibet, Xinjiang every single day in our media news stories about how terrible China is, over and over and over and over again. And that's the result. You can see it clear as day. You can see it clear as day when these narratives begin. Isn't it because of freedom of speech or freedom of press? Is what about freedom of speech? The whole point, actually, of looking at this graph and talking about this is to point out that in the West, DNB monkey, we actually don't have the freedom of freedom of speech and freedom of press and the free exchange of ideas that we love to lecture countries like China about. You can see we have a uniform, intense propaganda narrative coming from the state and their media allies, and it has this direct result on people's public opinion. They don't really allow anything else either. DNB, have you been to China? Have you studied this at all? The availability of different ideas and perspectives in Chinese media. Have you spent a lot of time thinking about that personally? Have you done any research into that? Have you gone to China and spoken to people there about that? Or are you just repeating something you heard on fucking TV? About how no other ideas are ever presented and no other ideas are allowed in the media. Are you just repeating something you heard on TV? Is that what you're doing right now? I kind of think you are. DNB monkey, I kind of think that's what you're doing. DNB monkey, I think you think that you're immune to propaganda, but I think you've been a victim of Western propaganda. If I may say so. I think you've become a victim of this pro-Western media narrative. You're one of these people. You're one of these people down here. Maybe a few years ago you were here and you've allowed yourself to be victimized by this Western propaganda campaign, and now you're down here. Now you're down here. NYT in particular has really bad China reporting. It's all like the entire mainstream media establishment in the West is 100% devoted to this. Like, remember in prior to the most recent Canadian election as well. All the bullshit about the two Michaels, the two precious Michaels, our two beautiful Michaels. And you had the NDP, what's supposed to be our like social democratic party, arguing that Trudeau is not being tough enough on China. It's not participating in the new Red Scare anti-China rhetoric enough, and not joining the new AUKUS military alliance to threaten China. That's our progressive party was doing this. The problem with freedom of the press in NA is it's like saying the adult elephant is the freedom to escape the small wooden stake, securing their chain to the ground. They spent their entire life constrained. They can no longer even consider breaking out of it. Probably I am, but in the Western world, you're allowed to criticize people in power. How do you, like, you're just suggesting that people don't have this ability in China, which is not, I don't think you have any actual evidence to back that up. I think you're relying purely on vibes right now. That there's no discontent allowed and that no one is allowed to say anything. I think you're going on pure vibes, sir. Yeah, and tell that to Fred Hampton or MLK or Malcolm X or the numbers of political prisoners. You know, we're allowed to criticize those in power. Are we though? Maybe some people are, to an extent, as long as you don't actually threaten power in any way. When you do threaten power, though, it turns out these ideals about freedom of expression and freedom of dissent kind of aren't so ironclad as it gets explained to us. These ironclad Western values of freedom of expression. Once you start saying things that people in power don't like, that actually challenge their power, turns out we don't have that ability quite as much as we may have thought we did. We're free because I can say, let's go, Brandon. Yeah, there we go. Or Orange Man bad. There's a Cheeto in the White House. That's evidence of how free we are in our freedom of expression. We can refer to the president as a Cheeto. But I thought this chart was really very interesting. Because you can literally just see, you can see when all these narratives started. You see in 2011 the pivot to Asia, and you see in 2017 that was when the propaganda campaign really kicked into high gear, and you see the effect that it has on public opinion, clear as day. So free, I can have Coke or Pepsi. You can have any numbers of different kinds of corn for cereal. There's like 30,000 different kinds of cereal. But we have freedom of speech because we can talk about Trump smooching Vladimir Putin. Right? Okay, so DNB is zero answer to anything that I'm actually saying here, right? Just to be clear. Zero actual response or answer to anything that I've been saying, and you're just pivoting now to other stuff? Is that what you're doing? Right? Sometimes I allow myself to go down these paths, but I'm not just going to let you come in here and derail the conversation. If you're not even going to respond to anything that we're saying. China has it's a one-party system. Because freedom and democracy, according to DNB, political genius, political science genius from DNB, political freedom, real freedom and democracy is when two parties. And that's all. When you have two parties there, then it's freedom, then it's democratic. It's really good, actually, when you have reactionary parties in there, ensuring that you can't pass an agenda that actually helps people. That's actually ultimate freedom. When you have different factions of capitalist parties fighting each other and managing expectations as we go down the fucking toilet. That's freedom and democracy. Why would you ever defend that? Defend North Korea instead. Well, we do defend North Korea, and I've literally done that today. But you need to definitely understand, DNB Monkey, and this is the last time we're going to talk here, understand that there's a difference between having a capitalist country and engaging in the capitalist mode of production, which every single country around the world is literally forced to do if they want to develop their countries. You understand that these are two different things? Being a capitalist country and engaging in the capitalist mode of production? I think you don't think that those are two different things, but I assure you that they are. Anyway, I'm not going to keep fucking arguing with random libs in the chat. God, I kind of wanted to pivot to talking about this fucking guy. Folks, this fucking guy. I think I've had it up to here with this guy, frankly. I've had it up to here with this fella. I think I did have some more tweets from him saved to even look at just for this exact reason. Yeah, this. So first of all, a couple things here. So we have this guy. I don't know who Black in the Empire is. I don't follow them. I'm not familiar with them. Who says, do we all still have to pretend that the United States is democracy? The COVID narrative didn't fall apart, that Russia was totally unprovoked, and there are no Nazis in Ukraine to fit in this society. And this guy comes in and says, out of curiosity, are you paid for this? You seem to have one political belief. You want Ukrainians dead. And again, I addressed that, right? About who wants Ukrainians dead and who doesn't. The people that want an endless quagmire, an endless fucking blood-soaked insurgency with unlimited funds from the United States government, they're the ones who want to protect Ukrainians. And the ones that say there should be diplomacy and dialogue to end the conflict immediately, they're the ones who, according to this fellow, want Ukrainians dead. And it says, and you tweet uninspired variants of that like 80 times a day. No hate if you are. I've just seen state media accounts with less zeal. This guy here says, liberals love blabbing on about the lesser evil. Russia and China are unquestionably the lesser evil in comparison to the U.S. Liberals should be decrying the proxy war in Ukraine the U.S. is running and Pelosi's trip to Taiwan, but they celebrate it. Liberals are confused AF. And this is just like, this is what makes me wonder if this guy here is the one that's actually being paid, or if he's just genuinely childish enough that he actually believes what he's saying here. I'm not so sure. I really don't know. He says, I mean, between the US, Russia, and China, we have one country threatening war, one country actually committed to an imperialist war of conquest, and one country, the United States, standing with both of their victims. And says you have to be pretty bad to make the US look good. I mean, I really don't know what is going through your mind if you ever believe the United States is, if that's what they're doing, standing with victims. The United States is standing with the victims of aggression. Honestly, it's just so unbelievably childish. The idea that America has ever, and this guy knows about American foreign policy. Like, I know he knows. He's literally been in this chat before. This guy passed through this chat before when I was looking at a video about Panama. And I was describing to this guy, I was trying to helpfully make this man understand the role that the evils of American imperialism and how America exports fascism around the world. And he kind of agreed with what I was saying. He kind of agreed with that. And then here he is. He clearly didn't internalize any of the things that I was helpfully trying to impart on this guy. And he's still suggesting that this is what America is doing in Ukraine and Taiwan, standing with the victims of aggression, completely ignoring the role that America played in Ukraine and in Taiwan, deliberately, intentionally provoking these exact conflicts. Completely ignoring that. And really just having this childlike, baby-brained understanding of America that it's ever concerned with defending sovereignty or standing with victims. You know, and it's like, it's childish. I'm going to keep going back to this, but it is. It's a childlike understanding of America's role in the world. Suggesting that America ever cares about defending victims. And like I've been trying to point out, when it comes to Ukraine or Taiwan, we've got to completely kill this idea in your mind that any of these situations have anything whatsoever to do with sovereignty or democracy or human rights. America provokes these conflicts because it's in their interest to do so. America does not want Ukraine to be a sovereign, independent country. America does not want Taiwan to be a sovereign, independent country. America wants both Ukraine and Taiwan to be loyal client states of American imperialism that allows them to better threaten their geopolitical enemies in Russia and China. And this is when you start talking about America like this, like that's what it's interested in, protecting victims, standing up to aggression. That's a baby-brained analysis. It's a baby-brained analysis of these events. But what about America's role as liberators? Exactly. So I don't know. This guy obviously didn't spend too long in this chat. I tried to help this guy understand these things, but no interest in it. No interest in it whatsoever. Okay, wow. Here's one thing that I wanted to watch as well. So CBS put out this little documentary about these weapons sales to Ukraine, about how none of it is actually going to the people that it's supposed to. None of it is going into the actual insurgency in Ukraine, and they fucking deleted it. CBS had a whole story about this. No, but of course we have a very free press, by the way. Did I mention this? Did I mention our free press that we have? CBS did a story about these 70% of all these weapons just going to God knows who, far-right groups all over Europe. And CBS looks like they got called in by their handlers in the State Department and literally deleted it. Is there a way to watch that, do you think? I was planning on watching it on the stream, and I guess it's gone now. Yeah, this are very fair and balanced media. They bullied Amnesty International to apologize for their report on Ukrainian forces putting civilians in danger. And I guess they made sure CBS was not going to be showing this footage they had either. That's it, because I was planning on watching this and they literally delete it. It was like a little news hit. It wasn't even a piece. It was like they did a whole news story about the corruption of the country and about how none of these weapons transfers, which Brandon just signed another $1 billion weapons transfer just today, and how none of it is going to the people that they're claiming it's going to. And as Mark is pointing out here, Mark from Radio War Nerd is pointing out, everybody and their dog knew this would happen, shoveling billions of weapons into one of the most corrupt countries on earth. If and when a portion of those weapons winds up destabilizing other countries, it just means more work for the empire. So win-win. Which is, again, something that I and others have been saying repeatedly throughout this entire conflict. And they delete it. Let's look at the actual news story, though. Thank you so much, Dr. Maggot. I'm glad someone grabbed this before CBS literally deleted this. It's really amazing when we're talking about our free and open press and how these things don't exist in China or these other authoritarian countries. And then you look at the American corporate media actually doing a story about the corruption of Ukraine and where these weapons transfers are going, and it immediately gets taken down. Apparently they're editing the documentary because the weapon deliveries got significantly better out of the blue recently. I see. Interesting.
In the past 2 months, we've moved weapons and equipment to Ukraine at record speed. Drones, grenade launchers, machine guns.
We're seeing this incredible, historic flow of weapons coming into Ukraine. Do we have any sense as to where they're going?
We don't know. There is really no information as to where
Very
they're
cool.
going at all.
You know, all this stuff goes to the border, and then kind of like something happens, it kind of like 30% maybe reaches its final destination.
30%? Are you concerned about weapons getting in the wrong hands?
I don't care at all whether that happens.
What sort of a unit do you
Good.
command?
Crack down on corruption in Ukraine, Jack.
Okay.
You know, there are like power lords, oligarchs, political players.
One of the biggest targets are convoys like this transporting weapons.
Europeans had come to believe that project of integration had effectively meant the banishment of armed force. All of a sudden, not far from the borders of the EU, was the most significant war since World War II.
The thing is though, folks, no one could have predicted that this complete fucking bonanza, sending billions and billions of dollars repeatedly with zero oversight, sending it to this incredibly corrupt country filled with right-wing militias, and probably every single fucking evil arms dealer has been parked there for now months. No one could have predicted that this would have happened. There certainly weren't dipshit Twitch streamers begging people to pay attention to this, months ago.
Strike a fragile balance between providing support to Ukraine and preventing a full-scale war between Russia and NATO.
My intent for today is twofold. First, to see the successful integration of the German reinforcement troops we sent in March.
No one who speaks German could ever be a bad person.
In Ukraine. For me, it's
Germany has been a little too enthusiastic about this,
not only in the EFP business, but also in NATO.
It admittedly feels like a little bit of a dog and pony show, almost like an open house or a showcase of all the weapons that are being purchased and sent into Ukraine.
Malcolm Nance is going to get to the bottom of this.
I think that we're arguably at the most dangerous point since...
These, I don't care who gets the weapons, guys, are the exact people I would like to have billions of dollars in javelins and anti-air weaponry. Phenomenal, yeah. And I'll remind you again, folks, we all know that the day is going to come when there's going to be 9/11 to Azov edition, and the blowback from this really becomes evident. And when that happens, all the people in the media, all the people in the American government, the Canadian government that's been enthusiastically supporting this, all the people like Vosh and all these motherfuckers that have been enthusiastically supporting this uncritically every step of the way, when this blowback comes, when there's 9/11/2 Azov edition, all these people are going to say, "Bah!" They're just going to be shocked. They're going to be shocked and appalled by this. And they're going to be telling us why we're wrong and we're tankies for not supporting a further escalation to fight these new Azov terrorists that we got to deal with. They're going to be calling us terrorist sympathizers for being against that. And they're just going to throw up their hands and say, how could this have happened? No one knows. And they're all going to pretend that they didn't participate in this. Germany joining Lithuania by destroying their economy for NATO. Yeah, Lithuania. What a sad, pathetic country. It's the Reddit of if Reddit was a country, it would be Lithuania. Yeah, Nance will have the people he trained to waterboard people get to the bottom of this, since he finds it so distasteful now. Yeah. Well, they won't directly impact America. I think a poor Jewish village in a remote area in Europe will be the victims and Americans won't care. I don't know. It's like, we'll see. We'll certainly see. Certainly those people will be victims. Absolutely. But I think the West will become a victim either as well, whether it's the United States or whether it's the UK or France or Germany or any of these other countries that have participated in this. And when this happens, American imperialism is going to be right there to say, like, well, we need to now go in and stop these bad guys. You got new bad guys here. We got to stop them. And just create a new never-ending money printing machine from the U.S. government for this kind of weapons bonanza. Is this some kind of Vice documentary caping for Nazis again? No, on the contrary, this was a CBC news story that actually somehow, by some miracle, saw the light of day, describing the rampant corruption in Ukraine, describing the way that none of these weapons transfers are actually going to the people that they're supposed to. And now it's been deleted and removed from the internet because obviously it was not allowed. We, of course, even though in the West we have this free press and free exchange of ideas, CBC got a little out of pocket with this one. Yeah, of course, the Roma and Sinti will be thrilled to have heavily armed Nazi militias in Eastern Europe. Yeah. Seriously, let's continue.
It's the Cuban Missile Crisis. NATO is not directly at war with Russia, but a nuclear-armed Russia is at war with a NATO-armed Ukraine. And it's conceivable that that war could widen. We don't know. But this is a hot war, not a cold war. And that's why it makes it so dangerous.
Ukraine and Russia have been at war since 2014, when Russia occupied Crimea, and Russia-backed separatists occupied the Donbas region of Ukraine. But the full-blown invasion...
Any more context to that? No. They just invaded Crimea, and Russia-backed separatists. Why did the whole Donbass war start? Did it have anything to do with something that had maybe happened prior to that? With the installation of the pro-NATO government that immediately started persecuting ethnic Russians, of which there are many in Ukraine, especially Eastern Ukraine, and especially in Crimea? Perhaps did that have something to do with that prior to this? But no, of course, context doesn't exist. History doesn't exist, as we've outlined.
Russia-backed separatists occupied the Donbas region of Ukraine. But the full-blown invasion in 2022
what were those guys separating
and the
over?
images of
Kinda
Russian
odd.
tanks en route to the nation's capital of Kyiv shook the West to its core and galvanized the U.S. and Europe
I will
to
never
ship
say
an
Kyiv.
unprecedented level of military aid to Ukraine.
Yeah.
So how long have you been moving supplies into country?
Since summer 2014. This whole thing, if you do it like according to the book, it takes 4 or 5 days. And I mean, we don't have that time, right? And yeah, we go now.
Welcome to Ukraine.
Yeah.
Jonas Ullman and his team work for the non-governmental organization Blue Yellow. While weapons are pouring in, frontline fighters also need supplies like body armor, helmets, and other tactical gear. NGOs like Blue Yellow...
And to just talk about what Young Mantic is saying as well, when we're talking about this context, we're not taking an uncritical support of Russia position, right? Nor should anyone do that. And I don't agree with the people that have been advancing this kind of very high, like Russian chauvinist line about this. I do think it's really important to continue focusing on this context and on the role that NATO and the US government and the Canadian government have played in creating the situation. None of that means that everything that Russia does is great either, or that I uncritically support the Russian government. I don't, and we should acknowledge that. But the reality is, though, in this situation, like we're saying, not that Russia treats everyone perfectly either, but the reality is NATO is directly arming and funding these right-wing militias through this massive weapons transfer process, which Russia is currently not doing. Okay? So it doesn't mean at all that they're not guilty of sin themselves, or that they don't do bad things themselves, or that they haven't done bad things in this war. Like I was saying, war is an atrocity in and of itself. And even though we want to make sure we get the facts right about things that were going on, I don't think there should be any doubt that terrible, horrible things have happened in this war. Just trying to find a place for the displaced peoples to go. Yeah, and this is the really tragic thing about a lot of these communities, is that they get treated miserably by every fucking country in Europe. Yeah, Monsieur Balls, you're being very weird. I think that's a very weird thing to say from the comfort of your home and wherever you are. If you're not going to go sign up to fight for the Donetsk People's Republic, then maybe you should avoid using that kind of rhetoric on twitch.tv.
Hello, help fill that gap. We're just a few feet from the border. As soon as we came into the country, the convoy is starting a series of drop-offs.
This moment, there's a huge lack of body armor. We're handing out like maybe 20, 30, 50. They will just distribute it in their networks. Different units. Yeah.
Frontline soldiers don't have body armor?
Yeah. Sure.
For a country trying to defend itself against a much better funded and equipped aggressor, crews like Jonas's have become vital to navigating the tangle of supply lines to reach the patchwork of what are sometimes improvised military units.
You as an NGO, you have to toe the line very carefully. You can only move non-lethal aid.
Yes. We are cooperating.
Yeah, we definitely shouldn't sell weapons to Nazis in Ukraine. If there are Nazis in Russia that we're also arming, we should stop. I agree. But that's the thing, we're not doing that. Why would someone type that? I don't know, Horse. I don't know. I'm not so sure.
With units who rely to some extent on official support, and they get weapons, etc. But they also rely on us for other things: cars, drones, optics, etc., etc.
The Russians in some ways see this as a war with the West. Ukraine is a proxy for the West, but at the same time, the Russians have been as careful as NATO in not widening the war. They have not chosen to strike against arms depots in Poland, through which arms are flowing into Ukraine. And that is not surprising in the nuclear era, because everybody knows that if you have a military conflict between two sides, both of which have nuclear weapons, you never know where the war is going to go.
Jonas, can you help us with...
So, Monsieur Balls, surely you know that as a quote-unquote old man, surely you know that many millions of Ukrainians fought very bravely against fascism in World War II and correctly fought on the side of the Soviet Union in World War II. Surely you know this. So to suggest that every single person in Ukraine is one of these like right-wing nationalists, obviously there's a significant element of that in the country and in the military establishment. The idea that I don't think we should not be painting every single Ukrainian with that brush while simultaneously talking about this problem openly and honestly. But let's not pretend that every single person in this country is somehow worthy of this kind of like violence. We shouldn't dehumanize people like that.
With 10 night vision devices for a frontline combat unit defending Kharkiv. Go there and see what we can do.
One of the many challenges to getting logistics to the front line are many roadblocks, damaged bridges, collapsed bridges, and having to go off-road and sort of improvise your way through the country.
Короче, вот для тебя стёзов, что там есть.
This woman, who asked that her name be withheld, is part of a network of civilian volunteers who are...
No, I know, but I wasn't talking to you, Bolden. Don't worry about it. Oh, Venchman. Okay, sorry. There's all kinds of stuff going on in the chat that I'm not following. Forget I said anything.
aiding in the war effort and act as links between groups like Jonas's and local soldiers.
Да, коллиматоры давай. А планок Пикатини нету? Ну давай коллиматоры пусть ищут планки, потому что просят для ближнего боя.
How critical are these supplies?
Від цієї допомоги залежить життя наших бійців, тому що вони, коли працюють тепловізором, вони вночі бачать цілі, вони бачать супротивника. Коли працюють квадрокоптери, вони бачать місце розташування противника, вони бачать скільки зброї, яка зброя готується до наступу. Тому це, від цього залежить життя.
In addition to go-betweens, Jonas also delivers directly to armed units requesting supplemental aid.
We've just been escorted to a compound, a private compound, and Jonas and his team were delivering some aid to this unit. We can't show any faces because of the highly secretive nature of what these guys do. Oh, wow. What sort of a unit do you command? Can't say. Okay.
Cool. Give this guy all the javelins.
Walk me through some of what you have here.
This man seems trustworthy.
And then what do you have over here?
This all seems on the up and up.
Saint
Javelin the Protector.
You're having to rely on groups like Jonas's to get some of the non-lethal aid?
Есть форма, есть автомат, есть пушки, снаряды и так далее. Но, допустим, есть автомат. Вот к нему нужен коллиматор, прицел, к нему нужен лазерный целеуказатель. Это все блеял.
In a war where essentially all able-bodied Ukrainian men under 60 join the fight,
they literally can't leave.
Weapons and supplies are making their way to almost anyone willing and able to use them.
This is a war that has tapped into a lot of emotions. And that's why you have Americans, Europeans, others who are joining the fight. Many of them are ex-military. And so you have to show a certain amount of respect for those people who are volunteering, they're putting their lives at risk to help Ukraine defend its own freedom and sovereignty. Is there a downside to this? Yes. Because once you get these
there is
paramilitary units, it's a more dangerous world where governments don't have control of what's happening on the battlefield.
Personally, I do not.
Были часы. 6:28. О, хлопці, давайте нажимаємо. Что на балконе должно быть нормальных людей.
And almost that every word involves, argue that almost every word involves a lot of emotions. I believe that is true.
We'll see what we need for this day.
This commander, known as the Greek,
Zelensky's just in total control of all of this. That's right.
And paramilitary fighters.
He's off doing like Vogue photo shoots with his wife.
His unit has the firepower to defend.
I'm sure these guys have it handled.
Should they encounter ground forces.
I'm sure these guys have it handled. Should be fine. it's almost like there's a potential coup on the horizon. I mean, I think the very fact that these news stories are starting to show up in Western media is indicative of that. That he's kind of outliving his usefulness here.
As we follow supply lines, both non-lethal aid and lethal aid, they kind of converge here very, very close to the front. You know, this unit gets most of its non-lethal aid from Jonas and his team, and what we're seeing is all this non-lethal aid sitting right atop some of the most effective weapons of this war.
Це наше озброєння, яке прийшло з заходу. Це те, що передали джавеліни.
The commander of this unit told us
I still
that,
associate Zelensky with Rick Moranis' character from Shrunk the Kid somehow.
Minutes, even less. They will start to come under fire.
As you should.
They've got to keep moving at all times, and one of the biggest targets are convoys like this transporting weapons.
Yo, straight ahead.
What did you say?
I said straight ahead.
На английском, что я в Америку с тобой еду.
Свободно.
These are our checkpoints now, like every half kilometer to a kilometer. Wow, that was close.
Как-то увидели нас. Понял, друже?
Thank you for that, Strint Sam. I'll copy that link. I gotta go soon after this, so save that for tomorrow.
Чёла, надо рассыпаться по посадке.
Every fire and forget javelin cost taxpayers $700,000. I wonder why we don't have healthcare. Just a total mystery. You know, like I was saying, Brandon just signed another $1 billion weapons transfer today. You'd think they could maybe take that out of the $800 billion annual military budget. Maybe take that out of there, maybe? I don't know. You could also cover the healthcare for the burn pit victims at the same time with the $800 billion. You'd think you wouldn't have to carve off other additional spending in addition to the almost $1 trillion annually that gets spent on this. But I guess you do. This is why I'm here in my basement on Twitch and not a U.S. government official.
Please.
Out to the trees.
Hearing a lot of incoming and outgoing shelling. Drones overhead. This isn't much cover, but it's kind of all we got here.
Тільки що ми їхали, в небі був орлан. Вони побачили точку, де ми знаходимося, побачили перехрестя.
They spent like 10 or 100 million auditing the DOD. Just couldn't figure it out. Yeah.
Відпрацювали артилерію.
No one knows. Better just keep the blank check going now.
Остальна наша група поїхала вперед, і там їх теж обстріляли. Вони вернулись назад, їх опять обстріляли, вони пробили колесо. Зараз він висить, ми його зараз не бачимо. Шум, його не чути. Нам треба такі прибори, які показують, де летить БПЛА.
Unable to move any further and out of sight of Russian drones, both the Greek and Jonas pull back without delivering their supplies.
We had been traveling in a convoy of 4 earlier when we encountered the shelling. We have to assume that the Russian drones had eyes on all 4. So we're not traveling at 4s anymore until we are well out of range.
The derailing of this supply run is one of the many ways desperately needed aid doesn't always make it to the soldiers who need it. The U.S. has sent tens of thousands of anti-aircraft and anti-armor systems, artillery rounds,
we don't know.
Hundreds of artillery systems, switchblade armored drones, and tens of millions of rounds of small arms ammunition. But in a conflict where front lines are scattered and conditions change without warning, not all of those supplies reach their destination.
And this is still a very favorable report. Like this as a news story, this is still walking the line between supporting this process, but just outlining the basic reality that like we don't know where the shit is going. Yeah, the Javelin black market's just booming right now. Booming.
Are being hoarded, or worse, fear that they are disappearing into the black market, an industry that has thrived under corruption in post-Soviet Ukraine.
Anybody want a refill here? More? More, yeah, some more.
We'll get those missiles back, all right.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Родился обоим травмы, обкосился.
So you're cutting through bureaucracy, you're cutting through corruption.
We're going around it. I mean, that's like, we are masters of, going around.
I wonder if any of these journalists can just talk to any of these fine gentlemen and just be like, hey, so how do you guys feel about Jews? Just as a conversation starter. I would be interested to hear some of these fine folks give their thoughts on that. Frankly, I'm sure they've got very normal and healthy opinions about it.
What is the corruption? Is it like playing favorites? Is it?
They're like power lords, oligarchs, political players. The system itself is just we are the armed forces of Ukraine. So if the security forces want to, the Americans gave to us, so you've got to figure it out. And it's like it's kind of like power games all day long, basically. And so
we're African immigrants,
people,
just give a thumbs up, thumbs down,
So they go to us.
Just interested in your stance on this.
You're gonna see one of the elite drone teams in Ukraine.
And they requested something from you?
They requested a drone to the fair amount of $200,000, and we bought it for them. And there it is. I see it. Nice. It's great.
Mission successfully uploaded.
Fancy stuff, fancy toys.
A successful tool in breaking frontline stalemates.
We have to adapt to that wind. Yes, to it.
A former German soldier who asked to stay anonymous is instructing the unit.
How transformational have drones been for Ukraine?
Already it was clear in 2015 that it's going to be drone war. Meaning not like the
Don't forget that they also
Reaper level.
Don't forget that they also finance things like Turkish drone purchases that only help to feed the Turkish military to attack Kurds in Iraq and Syria. Yeah, and just another way that the U.S. government repeatedly backstabs the Kurds for ever making an alliance with them.
Taking down drones very, very far away. So you use it as a defense against drones.
That is a serious looking jammer.
This is fancy stuff.
If you provide supplies or logistics pipeline, you've got to be able, there's got to be some organization to it, right? The surprise isn't that, all this stuff isn't getting there. The surprise is that people actually expected it to.
We're here in the evacuation.
Andy Milburn is a U.S. Marine veteran. Unsatisfied with what he felt was a too hands-off approach from the U.S., he made his way to Kyiv after the invasion to train frontline soldiers.
I can tell you, unarguably, that on the frontline units, these things are not getting there, all right?
It's amazing that this actually aired on
IFACs,
Western television briefly.
They're not. All right.
They deleted this.
You name it.
They deleted their tweet about this.
Is it safe to characterize this as a little bit of a black hole?
Would you say this unbelievably corrupt country that we're just sending billions and billions of dollars of weapons to is some kind of a black hole? Yeah, I think I would describe it like that. Yeah, and I think we could have predicted that prior to the whole weapons transfers, not afterwards. Capitalism is the most efficient system. Did this make it to TV? That I don't know. I know this is a re-upload. Someone grabbed this CBC duck and grabbed it before it was deleted and then put it back up. I don't know if it made it to TV or not.
I suppose if you don't have visibility of where this stuff is going, and if you're asking that question, then it would appear that
How would you define black hole?
Are you concerned about weapons getting into the wrong hands?
I don't care at all whether that happens. Of course it's going to happen. It happens in any... I mean, if you don't have guys here supervising the pipeline, that's not my biggest concern. My biggest concern right now is that the guys who need to kill Russians with those weapons get those weapons.
Great. No, this is really good stuff. I'm glad that we've all been uncritically supporting all this.
Coming into Ukraine from the West, from the U.S. and NATO countries. Do we have any sense as to...
Reiterate, there's no way of knowing any of this was ever going to happen.
They're going?
There's just no way.
We don't know. there is really no information.
When you have English mercs showing up, you know it's a fascist shit show. And that I agree with.
What is more worrying is that at least some of the countries that are sending weapons do not seem to think that it is their responsibility.
Amnesty. Evil Russian propaganda operation, Amnesty International.
Put in place a very robust
Putin propagandists
mechanism to ensure that they know how they're being used today, but also how they might and will be used tomorrow.
Is it appropriate for us to be asking these questions in a state of emergency? You have a country that has been invaded by a larger neighboring force. Whatever it takes to survive seems to be the name of the game.
It's not just that it is appropriate to ask this question, it is absolutely necessary to ask these questions, because if we look back, we have so many different examples in Afghanistan and Libya, Iraq, and the situations where weapons that are meant for one purpose at a particular time end up going elsewhere, being used for other purposes. When ISIS took over Mosul in 2014,
that's actually Mrs. Putin, that's right.
They came into possession of large amounts of
Russian puppet doing whataboutism now. Unbelievable.
Weapons that U.S. forces had left for the Iraqi forces. But, Iraqi forces lost control of the city, ran away, and all that fell into the hands of ISIS.
Yes,
During
it
the
did.
Department of Defense briefing in July 2022.
Yes, it sure did.
Military officials said that the U.S. is not tracking weapons.
Also an
but are confident
accident.
Military aid is being used to combat Russian forces. And on July 19th, it was reported that Ukraine created a temporary special commission to track the flow of weapons.
I'm actually shocked that this even made it to air.
I would call it incoherent policy. All right?
I don't know if it made it to TV, but the fact that it got this far is unbelievable.
Ukraine in the defense of its country against the Russian Federation. You can't go halfway with that. You see what I'm saying?
And still very Western biased, and still very
and I would challenge
heavily presenting that Western viewpoint, the Western narrative.
We're either in or we're not.
Are you going to mention Donbass, which has been getting shelled for the last 10 years? Or
part of Ukraine.
Lukashenko was right about those NGOs. It's true.
Following the convoy here.
Sometimes the guy stuff this guy says makes a lot of sense.
They've been asking for anti-drone equipment, which tells you that there are drones in the sky.
I see the CBS logo, so I assume it must have aired. It definitely made it online.
Artillery range as
I don't know if it actually made it to network TV.
So we probably shouldn't stay here for any longer than we need to.
We are in the middle of nowhere. This is just Donbass. Who the does such a thing? It's just, it makes no sense whatsoever.
One of the big questions moving forward is, will there be a long...
Like we're already seeing, are these American weapons being used to commit horrible atrocities against people? Like we saw the American weapons being used to destroy that prison filled with Azov prisoners, which they then bent over backwards to pretend was some kind of Russian false flag. Yeah, they're really gonna blow up their own prison full of high-valued political prisoners who they're planning on putting on big show trials and publicly hanging. But yeah, they're just gonna blow them up. They're gonna go through this process of this false flag blowing up this prison for why? I don't know. We don't know why, because they're evil Russians, I guess. That's why. Yeah, and it's just Donbass.
One of the big questions moving forward is,
those dastardly
will there
Russians.
be a long-running Ukrainian insurgency in areas held by the Russians?
That's what NATO wants. That's what they've always wanted.
That is probably
that
yes,
long-running, blood-drenched insurgency. That's all they want. That's all they ever wanted with the situation.
The Russians hold. How many of the Ukrainians that are in those territories stay? But what territories the Russians hold? How many of the Ukrainians that are in those territories stay? But you could still see partisans, Ukrainian units of one sort or another infiltrating across the border into Russia-occupied territories to make any continuing Russian occupation costly and bloody.
That's always been the strategy from moment one.
Ukraine was so
from
much
before the invasion. That was still the strategy.
Isn't there a danger that we're just creating the next insurgency, the next failed state?
That's one of the reasons we have to win the war.
It might be creating a new failed state insurgency. That's one of the reasons we need to win the war, which we know is not an option. It was never an option. There was never winning the war was never a possibility. They're already they're reading about all the amount of casualties, the way it's just turned into an absolute shit show. The idea that was ever a possibility, it was never a possibility. Winning the war. I mean, if we lose the war, what happens?
I mean, if we lose the war, if we have this kind of gray zone, semi-failed state.
Can you imagine? If you do this, you funnel lots of lethal resources into a place and you lose, then you have to face the consequences. I wonder if that's maybe what's going to end up happening. I wonder. Who's to say? Who's to say? We don't know. I don't know. Well, we'll just win this one. Why didn't we think of winning all those other times? Yeah, it's as easy as that. We could call them stay behind troops even. Historically unprecedented. Well, that was interesting, and this whole discussion we've been on has been very interesting. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Friends, guys and gals, and non-binary viewers as well. I hope you've enjoyed it. I'm going to go soon. Okay, it's been almost 5 hours. It's like almost 7 p.m. I got to go have dinner and everything like that. Listen, I've barely taken a break today. I didn't show the triangle. I haven't been shilling really for the stream or anything like that. I've been trying to get through all the discussion we wanted to get through. 3 generous chatters could get to the sub goal. 3 generous chatters could get us to the sub goal. I would prefer to, I don't know if it's a possibility. I would prefer to reach the sub goal before leaving.
You can count on me. You're going to have good
but I do have to go very soon.
Talk you through all this.
Thank you very much, Comrade Social Distancing, for the 2 gifted subs.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I think the most important thing that we watched and learned about today is nice shirt, Rob.
Thank you very much, In Search of Slack. 10 months of Tier 1, I appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoy my shirt. I'm glad you appreciate the shirt. Ali can't sub? Well, perhaps we'll have a generous sub gifter.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Baizu, for gifting a sub. A problematic fave, Monsieur Balls.
Rob to talk you through all this.
Problematic fave, Monsieur Balls.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh boy. And this thing is not even going up. I don't even know how many subs there are now.
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Jesus Christ. Moss World, thank you for gifting a sub to Ali. Thank you very much, Moss World. Thank you, M. Leash, for gifting a sub. Thank you, Gen X Bushy, for gifting a sub as well. Very, very kind of you. So that's 19, 21, 22, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're at 26. It's not updating. Just to reiterate. So do we have any other takers, folks? Again, I'm going to be back tomorrow. I got plenty more to talk about. I wanted to talk about Israel and Palestine and tie all this stuff together. There's plenty more stuff to get to, which I'm going to be back tomorrow at noon Eastern. That's 1 a.m. Pyongyang time. 1 a.m. Pyongyang time tomorrow. We'll be back and we'll talk about more of this stuff. Okay? So do we hear level 3? We got a level 3 hype train approaching. Even though it's not updating properly, I'm updating it with my mental computer here.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Dr. Maggot, thank you very much. Dr. Maggot, for the gifted sub. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you. We're getting up there. I believe that's 27. Eventually it's going to update. I don't know. I believe that's 27, though. We're so close, folks. We're so close.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Hello, Mel's. Hello. I will give you these bits in exchange for hello. That's a great deal. That's a great deal. Mel's, thank you very much for the 100 friend coin. I really appreciate it. Hell yeah. We're getting close, folks. We're getting close. We could do this. I think one generous chatter could both become instantly
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
An elite member of the Friendship Triangle and get us to the sub goal. It's so close. Dr. Maggot, thank you for another gifted sub. Very kind of you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Is that 29?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Don Dark Sony, thank you for gifting a sub to Mel's. I really appreciate that, Don Dark Sony. I believe that's 30. I'm conflicted. I desire to see both this amazing shirt and also the amazing dad bod it conceals simultaneously. How to fix this dilemma. I'm just a mystery wrapped in an enigma, aren't I?
To talk you through all this.
Thank you, Hot Meal, for the gifted sub. Very, very kind of you. Thank you. I think that's 31. We're 4.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob.
And look at that, paying it forward.
Mel's.
Thank you so much for the gifted sub. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Oh my gosh, folks, we're so close.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
And Don Dark Sony, thank you so much. 500 gifted subs. Thank you for the 3 gifted subs.
Use the computer to mark up the
to
size
make 500
of the account.
and to hit the sub goal. Don Dark Sony, thank you. I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate all the support from everyone. Thank you, my friends. Did you know that if you type /gift5, you'll gift 5 subs in the channel? Amazing. This one weird trick the man doesn't want you to know about. Thank you, Mel's, for another 100 friend coin. I really appreciate it. All the support. One weird trick that the man doesn't want you to know about.
Talk you through all this.
Benchman, thank you for the gifted sub also. I really appreciate that, Benchman. And the entire community, thank you for the support. It means so much to me to have folks in this community that are so supportive and so generous. It really means a lot, seriously. And I can't thank you enough. Cannot thank you enough. And since Venchman gave the last gifted sub there and requested that we raid a community member and our friend Famous Horse, let's do that. The hype train's still going on, but this is what the diamond tier pro streamer I am. I don't care if there is a hype train going on. I'm out of here. I don't need to stay around for that. Shit, I didn't put on my music. I gotta put on my goodbye music. So again, plenty more to get into tomorrow, folks. I'll be back noon Eastern, 1 a.m. Pyongyang time tomorrow. Plenty more to talk about. So be there. It's still a bit of a wonky schedule for this show over the next couple of weeks until summer's over, but this week I will be here every day. At least until Thursday. Maybe not Friday. Not sure. Join the Discord server also while you're here. While I still have you, join the Discord server. Thanks again, everyone, for watching and for supporting the stream, supporting me, and hanging out, chatting. Even you, lurkers and non-subs. Even you. I'll even condescend myself to saying thanks to you as well, lurkers and non-subs. Give my regards to Horse, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Take care.